Okay. And does anyone have any questions about anything before we start? Okay. So today we'll be covering what EEG biofeedback is. I'll give a brief history of how I ended up here and where brain pain came from. Why did it need to be manifested? And who are some good candidates to start working with, and who might be some challenging folks to avoid starting with? We'll cover some things with institutions, some do's and don'ts. We're going to be doing that scattering throughout the 4 Friday seminars. They all begin at 10 a.m. Pacific time at the same Zoom link for this one. But we'll be giving smatterings of that with the most essential things first. We'll be covering the evaluation tool and how do we use that to come up with what's called a protocol. It's just what brain waves do we train? When do we move the sensors to a new location on someone's head? Creating quantifiable goals. I have an asterisk by this one because this is one thing that gets our confidence up with brain pain about in half the time. And why that is people tend to not notice when problems are going away. They tend to notice that when they're there. And so it's extremely common that if you just had a goal for a client that said like reduce anxiety, your client wants to reduce their panic attacks, we could reduce their panic attacks by about 50% in 2 weeks, and they would not notice it. If they're still even having one per week, to the individual, it would seem the same. They're still having panic attacks and think back, yeah, even though they're 50% reduced. And so when we have these quantifiable goals, and I'll teach us all how to make, your clients will get excited about it in about half the time. Otherwise, they would need to eliminate whole problems before they would see any progress. And yeah, placing sensors, we covered that. And then there's two types of training with the platform. There are alpha theta sessions that will not work unless they're done with the eyes closed. Protocols that say alpha theta in them. And then there's everything else that's done with the eyes open. And there's lots of different variations per client of the eyes open types of training. But alpha theta sessions and that are done in a very specific way, and then the everything else, the eyes open training in the entire platform. So at the very end of the day, we might be a little rushed as we get through that portion of it of how to conduct the two types of sessions. That's what do we tell a client to do during the two types of training. And then next week, we're going to be covering primarily this. When and how do we reevaluate clients? Like essentially, that is, what should we do with every client we'll ever see? When should I do something different with this client? There's just 3 criteria. It might seem complicated, but we'll cover what those are. We'll give you this cheat sheet that we recommend everyone print out, that you have laminated, just primarily with the 3 criteria of when we should do something different with clients. It's not complicated. One thing that will be valuable for us to wrap our heads around with brain paint, we need not, you would, with other types of medicine and interventions, you would typically need to know, well, what is this? What is the cause of the brain damage? Or what type of depression does this person has? Is it a generalized anxiety, or is it an agitated depression? Is it major depression? With brain paint, that does not matter. If somebody's cognitive functioning was the result of stroke or traumatic brain injury, the way that brain paint's assessment is designed and the way that the tool works, it's not necessary that you would have to understand all of these various diagnoses. When it comes to the evaluation tool, we just need to know how to use that. And we'll need to learn how to differentiate what are called stress-related disorders like PTSD and phobias and insecurities and things of that nature. Those are issues that appear to start from events in the external world and now come up primarily in reaction to things in the external world. We'll need to understand some things about those so that we can use our assessment tool. And then the assessment tool handles everything else for us. And so if you had a client who's coming to see you for Fragile X syndrome, it's a genetic problem that causes some issues with brain functioning, having never worked with them before, you would get the same results as I would get, as long as you're using the assessment tool as we're recommending. You'd get the same results as I would get. In fact, when with my friends who are local or wherever they are actually, who want to receive, brain paint sessions, I refer them to other providers, and they get, even if it's a brand new provider, they'll get the same results as I would get. That there's not a whole lot of experience that's going to be real beneficial for you. There's not like this steep learning curve with brain paint that you'd have to learn all these different nuances and how to work with different people. We will be getting some smatterings of working with kids who are 8 years old and under, or people with severe neurologic deficits. Let me ask you all here, how many of you will be working with kids who are 8 years old and under? That'll be helpful for me to know. Remember, you can all unmute yourselves. Yeah, how many of you will be working with kids who are 8 years old or under, or people with severe neurologic deficits?
I will not.
Got it.
I will not either.
Okay.
I won't be routinely, but it may occur.
I got it. Good to know. Good to know. All right. So I'm hearing so far that none of you will be working with kids who are 8 years old or under, or
this is Mary Hall. I will at times. Yes. Sorry, I had trouble unmuting it.
No worries. I understand. Why did I pause? Very good. Good to know. Good to know. So we will cover some things too on working with those populations. And I know that a number of you work in institutions as well. There's some things with institutions that will make this, they tend to be easier when we're working in institutions with people in large groups. But we'll cover some things on those as well. All right. And also, we'll be covering some things with people who are 17 years old and under with the assessment tool as well when we get to that. Okay. So today, there's 3 primary things that are necessary to replicate our results. And that is, how do we use our evaluation tool? And that is also how to create quantifiable goals for clients, how to place sensors on someone's head, and what's a simple language to explain this to clients. Along those lines, one thing that is good to know about our entire field is our field is 50 years old. I got into the field in 1993, where I was working on an Indian reservation and referring people to various addiction treatment centers throughout the state. And the population I was working with were primarily Native Americans with post-traumatic stress disorder from the Vietnam theater. And I had read Dr. Eugene Peniston's initial papers and thought, well, that's interesting. But it really didn't, I thought, for my population, that's not going to work. They're very unique and special and what have you. And I didn't take the research very seriously. And then a program opened up somewhat locally that I could start referring clients to. And I started referring clients through the program, and they were doing the sessions, 2 sessions a day, 5 days a week. It was only a 28-day program. So they were ensuring that everyone would get a minimum of 30 sessions in that short period of time. And the results were quite profound. And I was born a computer programmer, meaning that by the time I was 11 years old, I was completely obsessed with them. And I was also a social worker. I was obsessed as well with the mind. And at that time, this is in 1993, everyone was kind of scared of computers. They thought if they hit the wrong button, something would explode and things like that. And so I was very comfortable with computers. And so I accepted a job they recruited me from the Indian reservation to start working in the treatment center I had been referring clients to. And a lot of clinicians wanted to, or therapists, when they were hearing about the results in the Native American community, it's a very small world. And so people were talking about how everyone was completing treatment, 100% of them were completing treatment. We had no one leaving treatment against medical advice, and how they were remaining abstinent. They were going back to the reservation, starting AA programs and groups and things like that as well, which was pretty unheard of. And the equipment at the time could not do these eyes open protocols, what we call beta and SMR. They could only do this alpha theta training. And fortunately, that population that I was working with in the previous research, the alpha theta was all that they needed to do. But it would not help people when they did have like major depressive issues or traumatic brain injuries and things like that, these more organic issues, because the computers were too slow at the time. When their brain would have a burst of activity, by the time the information from those faster brain waves would get to them, they were already gone. So the equipment was too slow back in 1993. But after I finished, it was just an outcome study. We couldn't publish the results because I was changing variables. I wanted to do a larger scale randomized controlled trial. And so I moved to California in 1995. I started training therapists how to do this, and also working with some other equipment in 1995 computers were fast enough to conduct these, what we call the eyes open protocols, beta and SMR protocols. And David Kaiser and I did a vast literature search, and we found that with polysubstance abusers, crack cocaine, methamphetamine, and heroin addicts, the original protocols that worked for alcoholics did not work. There was a prison study with 500 subjects where they tried that, and it worked well for the alcoholics, but nobody else. And by that time, in the early 2000s and late 1990s, polysubstance abuse was really taking off and overshadowing alcoholism. And so we found a series of protocols that we looked for protocols that would have the biggest impact overall on populations. And nobody had done the alpha theta. And with the eyes open only protocols, there tended to be these two camps that were almost like religions, if you will, where it's like the one group would say alpha theta is everything anyone ever needs. And everyone else would say, no, alpha theta is bad. And you have to do all the eyes open only work. And we saw the benefits of both. One, the alpha theta training helped pretty much exclusively with the stress-related disorders, and the eyes open protocols helped pretty much exclusively with issues that were more sort of organic in nature, like major depressive symptoms or issues that run in families and things like that. And so we came up with a hybrid protocol. I got a position at UCLA's Neuropsychiatric Institute from 2001 to 2006, where we published a randomized controlled trial with 121 subjects, and found that this particular approach, this hybrid approach, which is called the Scott and Kaiser modification of the Penniston protocol, had a really big impact on cognition per the test of variables of attention, as well as the MMPI. So both psychometric and cognitive functioning improved significantly. And by that time, I had trained over 3,000 clinicians on various equipment, and it was just too complicated to use. And the people I was working for as well, their business models were such that about 70% of their income came from the trainings, and about 30% came from equipment sales as well. And so they were sort of incentivized by having complicated equipment. And I met my wife in 2003, and by 2005, after we published the UCLA study, it became apparent that I had to automate my own system. I would go back to the engineers and saying, here's how social workers think. Let's tailor the software to work for them. And also the equipment is tens of thousands of dollars to purchase as well. And it was really expensive for people who wanted to try it and see if they like it. My late wife, Cora, who died about a year and a half ago, she said, I think we could create a business model with this where people would rent the equipment so it'd make it affordable and they could easily replicate your results very quickly. And so she came from Silicon Valley, from the East Coast actually, but worked in Silicon Valley and looked at what worked and what didn't work and created our whole business. I just created the product. And it solved the primary barriers to entry into our field, which was the equipment was too complicated, where we thought, initially, like maybe it's big pharma trying to keep us down and things like that. It's like, no, it's not that. If you make a product that does everything but put the sensors on their heads, and people will use it, when they get better results and we claim that they'll get from it, they will ethically need to keep using it, essentially. And that's what we did. And we've been in business now for 15 years. And we went from 40% with other equipment that I was training people on from using it to over 80% when people get brain pain and they start using it in the ways that we recommend. They end up continuing to use it. So we solved a big problem with our business model, as well as making it increasingly easier to use and to train people as well. And so one thing with research is, it would appear that, in a research lab, you should get better results because you have these highly trained people who are replicating your results. Well, yes and no. What happens in research studies is you cannot deviate anything. When you see certain trends that are emerging, like we saw in the 2005 publication, people with bipolar disorder, that the baseline MMPI, when they had elevated mania scales, it predicted non-responders, but we couldn't do anything different for that population. Or people with major depression as well, where they didn't do very well with the alpha theta sessions. Their progress appeared to stop at that point. Well, what we could do is, of post hoc, after you conduct research and you're collecting metadata, which is data about data on every session that's run, you can do statistics and analyze phenomena that you think you're seeing, and then tailor the software more specifically to meet the needs of the many. So we have now between 8,000 and 10,000 clients receiving brain pain sessions every month. And we do periodic reviews of the metadata, and which then suggests how we might change things in our trainings and change things in our software or assessment tools to eliminate certain problems. And we have things now where like every Tuesday from 11 to 12:30 in the same Zoom link, 11 to 12:30 Pacific time, that is, we have a clinical consultation meeting where we discuss the most challenging clients on the planet. And over the years, the more that we put more intelligence into the software, we've eliminated problematic clients who need discussion down to pretty much just clients with significant obsessionality. Those are just incessant, negative, repetitive thoughts. Is the most challenging populations that we currently have to work with. And we still have some significant room for improvements with that population. But we used to have other people with like major depressive symptoms, or people would make some mistakes with the assessment tool. The AI gave us suggestions on how to change the assessment tool to stop masses of people from falling into certain cracks. And so overall, that's what Brain Paint is under the hood. But all I need to do is teach you all how to use our assessment tool and how to place sensors on someone's head and give you a simple language to explain to clients what to do. And then all we have to do is wait in between. But when clients have done between 5 and 8 sessions, regardless of what they're coming for, 5 to 8 sessions, if they're doing 2 or more per week, they're typically breaking records for whatever they're coming to see us for. And so one really important thing to know about this is there should never be a client who we would ever start this with, who would ever do fewer than 8 sessions with Brain Paint. Because if someone did not have the available time to do 8 of these, they can't have any permanent gains from the work. And no one should ever start doing this with the expectation that they're going to do a session and feel wonderful rainbows and unicorns. It's going to knock them into this wonderful feeling state during the feedback. That can't happen with this type of training, which takes us to the next topics. Some of the easiest candidates to start out with, though, where between 5 and 8 sessions we're classically breaking records in terms of symptom reduction, would be people with PTSD or people with anger or tantrums that are occurring in all relationships, any cognitive deficits, learning disabilities besides dyslexia. We don't help with dyslexia for reasons we don't fully understand yet. But traumatic brain injury, stroke, brain damage from any cause, major depressive symptoms, autism, Asperger's, though we see statistically they respond a little more slowly. It takes them 10 sessions to get to the same place where nearly everybody else is by 5 sessions. And so with this, the type of learning that Brain Paint delivers or all biofeedback delivers, it's the exact same type of learning of like learning how to balance on a skateboard. It's real-time feedback that your brain has sensors of your eyes and your inner ear that's just getting information on functionality as you're standing on a board with wheels. And within 3 hours, which would equate to 6 half-hour sessions, our brain rewires itself automatically to improve. You can't not improve your ability to stand on a skateboard after standing on one for 3 hours. Here, we just have to do that with mental and emotional states. So we do our assessment, which tells us, does your brain want to speed up, slow down, or stop hyperreactivity? And there's 3 different brainwave training strategies that can help with that we convert EEG signals into auditory and visual information. And when the brain receives that information, it self-regulates. And we see that happening with MRIs. We see a pre and post study. We see increases in dendritic growth. We see fMRIs, which are the most exciting in our field, where we see these networks that are known to make people feel miserable all the time, starting to activate again with this work. And also, psychometric tests are most classically used, where you do the Beck depression inventories or the PCL5s for post-traumatic stress disorder and things of that nature as well. We see that after they've done between 5 and 8 sessions, they're typically breaking records in terms of symptom reduction, regardless of what they're coming for, with this specific approach that is, which has been replicated over 20 times now as well, with various challenging populations, a lot of addictions and PTSD and physicians' performance, and I could go on and on with them. Some challenging populations, primarily you'll want to avoid starting out with people with character disorders like a borderline personality disorder, or also people with significant obsessionality. I want to be clear, it works great with those 2 populations. It's just, it can be challenging to start with them. Now, for those of you who are in institutions, some of you are new with Brain Paint, but your institution is not, you don't have to worry about not starting with these challenging populations because your institution already has a track record with brain paint. And everybody knows no one is going to start growing antlers, and hysteria is not going to form around it. Where if you're a new institution where people are in groups and things of that nature, if you started someone with a borderline personality disorder, it's quite natural that that population will start to react to things of something that's different, or someone or the whole institution is feeling some newness or insecurities around this. They'll tend to amplify those insecurities and create the same kinds of drama that would otherwise happen around the food or the quality of the transport vans or whatever becomes the big catastrophe, who's with me and who's against me kind of a thing. If you're new with brain paint, this could easily become one of those many objects, and it could seem new to your organization. But once you've just done 5 or more sessions on 3 or more other clients, then jump in with them with both feet. And in individual practices as well, when you're new with this, a lot of times people will think, oh my gosh, who are we most stuck with? Of all mental illnesses, what is the most difficult to treat? Obsessionality, 25th of all diseases there are in the World Health Organization. OCD is the 25th most challenging population. So a lot of times new providers will go, oh, I need to start with this one. This person has done everything under the sun and nothing has worked. Let's do brain paint for their obsessionality as a starting project. Not a good idea there too. What will happen with that population is there's a certain kind of countertransference that happens where they'll say, what am I supposed to do during this Eyes Open training? And they'll say, oh, you just have to be still enough where your brainwaves are staying below the tops of these green letters. And when you see this graph get some blue in it, you click this right mouse button. And it's like, okay, but what about this number here? Why did that number get bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller and smaller and bigger and bigger and smaller? And then it's like, oh my gosh, I guess I don't know anything about anything. It can start to feel that way with someone who is new with this. That's not necessary that anyone understand anything more than what I described what to do. Be still enough where your brainwaves are staying below the tops of the green letters. When there's some blue in this graph, you click that right mouse button. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. We can do this with infants with seizure disorders and get rid of their seizures very rapidly, by the way, without their understanding a single thing and not even being able to click the right mouse button. They don't have the functionality to do that yet, but just looking at the screen and hearing the sounds that are coming from their brain waves, their brain does all the work. It's not their mind or their thinker. And so with people who are obsessional, it could feel like you would need to know how to build that electronic amplifier that their EEG sensors are plugged into before you could do this. It could just feel that way because that's how that individual is feeling. It could be easy to take on their emotional states, and it could feel that way. But after you've just done 3 or 5 or more sessions on 3 or more other clients, you'll have your own experience of what you can and cannot do. By that time, you'll have clients who are breaking records, even with an N of 1 typically, when you're doing between 5 and 8 sessions at 2 or more sessions per week. And then you'll have your own personal experience. Also, training yourself will go a really long way at helping you comfort with the equipment. That don't think that you could learn anything about how to do this that's going to make you comfortable doing it. That the comfort only happens with practice. After hitting the power button on your laptop and conducting an assessment, that's the only place that will ever come from. So some of you who've spent many, many years in school and now are getting more and more education, don't think that you'd have to learn everything about this. Everything that we're going to teach you today is all that we're going to be teaching you in these formal courses about how to conduct the assessment and how to conduct the sessions. You're not going to learn anything more after today. So it's not like your clients will benefit anymore if you waited for after the full month of training before you started doing this. Virtually everyone, about 75% of everyone who goes through the training after training day 1, they start hooking people up, either other colleagues or themselves as well. and getting practice with the equipment. And in the institutions, probably 100% of people after training day one, they start hooking up clients in the practices as well. So it's not like there's all this understanding of what the underlying mechanisms of these complex systems are that we're giving feedback in. You don't have to understand control theory of complex adaptive systems. You don't have to be an engineer or get a new engineering degree before you could replicate these results. Similarly, people who operate MRI equipment don't have to understand the quantum physics that's involved with the antimatter they actually use in that in order to use the equipment. And that's what you have, is equipment that we've thought through the most challenging aspects of it and reduced it down to being almost like an ATM machine, where it's like, am I doing a new evaluation or conducting a session? Two options. And we don't overwhelm you with, a million different things with it. So overall, that's what we have. And these are some easy candidates to start with. Just avoid people with significant obsessionality and or character disorders before we start. Any questions on any of that before we press on? Giving everyone a while to unmute yourselves if you have muted yourselves.
No questions from me. Thank you.
No worries. No worries. And why do we consider addictions complicated under a complex population where probably about maybe 30% of everyone who's using brain pain is in addiction treatment centers? And it works great, as those of you who've been using it for a while have seen, though it's only complementary to an already effective treatment approach, meaning that someone with even process addictions like sex addiction, gambling addictions, and things like that, it's not like you just train their brain to overcome their PTSD and they'll stop using or stop, abusing. It's complementary to an already effective treatment. So people will sometimes think, oh, I'll bring in my 40-year-old pothead and they'll train his brain. He'll want to stop using. It doesn't happen that way. Like I said, if they're involved, even if they're just going to like the emergency room, waiting room in a hospital, like with AA meetings, they're just going to the group meetings. They've been doing that. They're even doing that. And then they want to do this with an addiction. Usually then they'll start getting involved with the real program, which is doing the steps with the sponsor and things like that, where prior to that, they wouldn't even be able to hear that that's an option for them, or that that's how everyone with long-term recovery, they do that. They won't even be able to hear it, but this seems to help them suddenly hear things that they couldn't hear before, or things that they didn't think pertain to them now do pertain to them. But without that, they don't tend to just spontaneously want to quit using. And like I said before, with dyslexia, people getting left and right mixed up, or their sense of direction, for some reason, we don't seem to have an impact on that, though it usually accompanies other language, visual and auditory processing issues and attentional problems, which we do have a big impact, but they're getting left and right mixed up. We have a very experimental anecdotal protocol. If you have somebody at some point, once you've gotten your feet wet with the basic protocols, we might give you something to practice on a friend or family with that and see what might happen. And benzodiazepines for people who are on a daily dose, this is only talking about, 50% will make no progress whatsoever, and the other 50% do just as well as anybody else. Those using it on an as-needed basis has never been an issue. But the assessment tool now illuminates that for us. And oddly enough, you would think that there must be all kinds of drugs that would interfere with the effects of neurofeedback. But what we've found so far is nothing over the counter, not even Ambien, that's very similar to benzodiazepines. No other drugs to date have been a problem for it. Also, it would seem like, man, there must be a ton of contraindications with this. What about pregnant women? What about people with seizures? The images flash, don't those cause seizures? Or what about cochlear implants or people with hearing aids? Or anything else in the last 50 years that in all the clinical trials, the only issues that occurred were people developing rashes on their ears when we were doing 2 sessions a day, 5 days a week. We used to use this product called New Prep that we would rub on their ears. It was kind of the consistency of like ground glass, but it's a little too abrasive when you're doing sessions like twice a day, 5 days a week. And so we stopped using that and just started using paper towels. Paper towels and isopropyl alcohol are perfect. The alcohol dissolves the oil and the oil in the skin, and then the paper towel is perfectly abrasive. That rubs off the layers of dead skin with it. So our number one tech support issue would happen from people using alcohol swabs. With alcohol swabs are nice and smooth. They will not rub off the dead skin from someone's ear. But paper towels are perfect. You know how you wouldn't want to rub your nose with a paper towel if you had a running nose? It's because it's perfectly abrasive. So we're going to emphasize that a lot because we found that when I repeat that about 4 or 5 times, everybody will get it, and that nobody's going to be using anything besides paper towels and alcohol and create problems in your practice or thinking your sensors are broken when they're not and things like that. All right. But that's the only issue we found to date were people getting a rash from excessive scrubbing on their ears with this particular product. No other contraindications. So how do we describe any questions on contraindications, or what about people with heart conditions or things like that? Any other questions?
No questions here. Thank you.
All right, no worries. So what does it do? It helps us feel better. It helps us think better. And the result of those 2 things, it helps us do things better. And we talked about there are 2 training strategies. There's the eyes closed alpha theta. Alpha theta can't work with the eyes open. And then there's everything else. The eyes open only training. When we do our assessment tool, the software will come up with either protocols with alpha theta or without it. And then the individuals just look at the screen and during the eyes open protocols, and they click a button when a graph gets into a certain condition, and that's it. And I mentioned these MRI studies, a series of them with PTSD. Something quite relevant also for people with character disorders and people in the early phases of recovery. This particular study that looked at, well, what are we doing under the hood? What's happening to the brain function when we're training this brainwave alpha to drop in our alpha theta sessions? All we do is we give information. We make sounds come on during alpha theta sessions when their brain is reducing a brainwave over the back middle of somebody's head. These other sounds come on, and when the opposite's happening, that part of the brain starts to activate. These sounds start breaking up and cutting out, and things like that. And with that, with just that information alone, this group has done now 3 studies where they did a baseline fMRI, and they trained alpha to drop at PZ like we did in the 2005 publication, and they immediately did a post fMRI. And they found that this brain network that makes people feel miserable a lot, like all of us actually, when we're not in that great of a place, when something happens and we're like overthinking something, like, oh, that person is doing this to make me mad or something like that. Well, addicts in early recovery and people with character disorders tend to live in those states where their brain isn't taking in reality very well as it is, and so it dubs in reality. So a really common thing, one of many things, dozens of things every day cause addicts to feel many negative emotions. Like one example could be if you had a headache and you walked by an addict who's new in recovery and you had a frown on your face, their brain, when this default mode network, it's called, is not activating enough, their brain would dub into reality. It's like, oh, Bill doesn't like me, and it's because of what I said in group 3 weeks ago. I saw him react to that, and I know now that he doesn't like me. So I have to be really nice, and I have to apologize 40 times so he'll like me again. That's a prison that their brain is stuck in, and they're not even aware of it. It's just like, no, yeah, he doesn't like me. That's what's going on here. There's no questioning those realities. And when we give their brain information, we just when that brain network starts activating, this alpha's dropping. These sounds come out. These sounds get quieter and lower in pitch. We don't even describe to the clients what to mean because their thinker can't control those states. It's really their brain just getting the information. I'm on, I'm off, I'm on, I'm on, 30, 40 times a second. Their brain then learns how to get control of this whole brain network, is what this particular series of studies found. And then when that brain network starts to activate again, and Bill walks by with a caffeine withdrawal headache, the client might go, hey, Bill, you all right? It's like, yeah, I just haven't drank any caffeine today. My stomach was upset or whatever, so I didn't drink it. I'm like, oh, okay, got it. Or you're walking through a doorway with a big bundle of files in your arms or something like that. They'll be more other-oriented, like, oh, let me get that door for you, kind of a thing. Where prior to that, they'll be sort of just so stuck in their own thought processes and obsessed with themselves or what people are thinking about them. If somebody's laughing, it's about them. And when that brain network is not activating enough, we'll all be reactive to some extent. And it's on a continuum of how underactivated that particular network is. So what we're doing with the alpha theta sessions is we're just teaching their brain to further activate a brain network that makes them feel lots of negative emotions many times a day. And so something too that will be invaluable to understand about this work is that clients also who have a lot of PTSD or characterological issues or with obsessionality, when they feel lots of negative emotions every day, they will think that whatever it is, Bill's frown caused my anxiety. Now it's that person laughing caused my anxiety. Or I have this psychic feeling my girlfriend's having an affair is causing my anxiety. It's always out here. It's this external stuff. Well, when they're hooked up to the equipment and they're having these negative emotions happening every 15 minutes or so, they'll come up during the feedback and it's going to feel to them like, oh, this is making me more anxious. I can't do this, is what will be a common phenomenon. It's like, oh, wait. Actually, no, if everyone had to feel calm before they could do this, nobody would be able to do it. That this learning is like the learning on a skateboard. It's going to take between 5 and 8 of these half-hour sessions. It'll seem like this is the cause of the anxiety, but how many times did you feel anxiety today? Oh, let's see, 15. It's like, yeah, not a problem that comes up. So when the clinician just stays centered and calm, when the client is catastrophizing this experience, like, this is the worst thing when you start working with people with character disorders. It's like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me is the 5 minutes of hearing these sounds changing. It's like, actually, it probably is. I can think of 40 examples of things that were way worse than that. Prior to this, I don't go there with them. I empathize with where they're at, saying, yeah, this is just the training process. This isn't going to knock your brain into this wonderful feeling state. Let's see how we're feeling about that after we've got between 5 and 8 of these sessions under our belt, at 2 or more per week. And assuring them, primarily non-verbally, that that's okay if some anxiety comes up. It comes up many times a day. Many things seem like the cause. This has never caused anybody to have any negative states on an ongoing basis. What we typically see when we get between 5 and 8 of these under our belts, we're feeling wonderful. And it's far less invasive as like RTMS and things like that as well. So if you guys, Dr. Mary, if you have clinicians who are skilled at making clients, inducing like a calm enough state for people to do that, this is going to be 20 times more simple than that, because that's what's really necessary. is that the clinician who's conducting the sessions empathizes with where clients are at and not sympathizing with where they're at, and changing things to try to reducing the feedback in order to try to appease their yet untreated pathology. Then we're not doing neurofeedback anymore. But when a clinician has a skill of inducing pacing clients into their state rather than getting paced into the client's anxious states, that's really helpful. That clients don't really care about results as much as they care about the connection they have with the person conducting the sessions. That's a very good variable to be aware of. But this is what the alpha theta sessions do, is they teach our brain to move from states that are too reactive, that started from events in the external world, now come up in that are triggered by events in the external world. The other protocols, the eyes open only protocols, they work on a level of arousal. We'll get to that in a second. But this is what a typical room setup looks like. In our institutions, they usually start out with one machine, and then they get enough so that they could do like maybe all the clients in the institution in an hour, maybe in 2 groups, where one person will hook up 3 or 4 people simultaneously, or in some cases 16 people simultaneously in 3 groups a day with very large treatment centers with multiple brain paint machines like that. We recommend, if you just have one machine and you don't have to have other conversations happening in the room, that you don't use headphones. Just let the PC speakers convey the sounds. But this is an 8 by 10 foot room where the client has a chair and a clinician has a chair. There's some kind of a table that could be convenient to have your paste and your sensors are all accessible, and the brainwave amplifier, that little black box, sitting nearby that you could reach them. That's all that's really necessary. You don't have to have this pristine, quiet atmosphere, things like that in order for it to work. Our brain is the real genius. When the equipment is conveying state information, the brain can hear it. Their brain is getting the information that's necessary to find these new states that are different from states that it's stuck in. And so these 3, when it comes to the, how does this, what are we doing? When we talk about arousal, we're talking about the least aroused we are is when we're asleep at night. And the most aroused we are is if we're engaged like an intense competitive tennis match, or we're feeling like we're dodging bullets. Those are high arousal and very low arousal states. That's what we're talking about. So the alpha theta helps with this one primary state that people's brains are stuck in with PTSD and phobias and things like that. But all other protocols are helping with these under-arousal or over-arousal issues. And back in 1908, this team of researchers, Yerk and Dodson, identified, when it comes to performance, that there are some people's brains that are, when it comes to arousal, are perfectly optimized for arousal. They're not too underactivated, they're not too sleepy, and they're not overly awake with like anxiety. And like we would all be if we drank a half gallon of espresso, we'd all have like a generalized anxiety, we'd be sweating, our heart would be racing, we'd be jumpy, jittery, and things like that. If our brains are too over arousal, to the far higher end of the scale, performance reduces significantly. Under arousal, where people are slow, sad, sleepy, depressed, and that they'll also be very inattentive, and their performance will also suffer significantly. And this is since 1908, this has been replicated hundreds, not thousands of times, where they've identified this arousal curve. The military has been key on it for the last 60 years as well, and use it in the Air Force to screen out pilots who would otherwise be likely to crash in the simulators. And this group of researchers did my second favorite study. My very favorite studies are the MRI studies we talked about with fMRI studies where we down train alpha at PZ like we do with our alpha theta. This team published this randomized controlled trial with Air Force pilots that they had identified as being very over aroused. So they're at the far end of the curve where ordinarily they'd be dismissed from the Air Force program because they'd be trashing these simulators. And no matter what they did, they could not shift their arousal level. So they took our sensory motor rhythm training methodology and converted that brainwave into auditory signals. So when their brain was having a burst of it, there'd be a graph that would move in a particular direction, and sounds would come on. And they had clients, Air Force pilots just look at the screen for 12 sessions while they're looking at the screen and getting that information. They did the baseline testing and identified they were at the far end. And after 12 of these sessions, they moved them all to the middle of the curve where they were performing as good or better than the general population who did not receive the training and the feedback. And so this is my second favorite study that proved this particular model of arousal that our eyes open only protocols tend to do. We do have a third population. So the three things that we address, there's under arousal and there's over arousal. We're talking about the curve, that arousal curve, where people's brains tend to be too stuck in the slower states with under arousal, with depression and that, and people with over arousal where their brains are stuck in a generalized anxiety and hyper reactivity and or impulsivity, and then we have the phobic anxiety, so the stress-related disorders like PTSD. Those are the three primary states. There's a fourth population that we've identified that these protocols, all three of them alone, will not address so well, very well at all. And it's people with bipolar disorders. Their brains aren't stuck in underactivation or overactivation. It's not just stuck in PTSD. Most of them have PTSD, but when they have a bipolar disorder, what their brains need is feedback on just stabilizing arousal states initially. So when we use our assessment tool, BrainPaint will come up with this other training strategy for that population just from using our assessment tool. We'll get to that later. And when it comes to placing sensors, I'm going to be showing you what that one looks like as well. That's the one protocol. This nonlinear protocol BrainPaint comes up with automatically from our assessment tool will require all 5 sensors going on somebody's head. And I'll show you what that looks like because you will see it. And it's, in fact, if Dr. Mary, if in your practice, do you have any clients who have such severe mania that they become psychotic periodically?
Yes.
Oh my God, they are some of the best. If you want to see the power of BrainPaint really, really quickly, that is an excellent population to start out with, because the software will come up with our nonlinear protocol. And also, though, don't get too married to that protocol of thinking it's the greatest thing since sliced bread for everybody. It's a really common thing that happens when you do it with someone with a real severe bipolar disorder, as it just does so much for them. But for people whose brains are not fluctuating between states, they'll only have qualitative differences that they won't even recognize, like their major depression isn't going to go away, or their generalized anxiety or their PTSD symptoms. Those things aren't going to be touched significantly with the nonlinear protocol. So, but the more severe a bipolar disorder is, the quicker we see results. In fact, it'll likely be the only population that during the eyes open training, they're going to feel good feelings like during it. Most other people, their brains get tired during the eyes open training protocols because it's a brain workout. Their brain's in a gym getting a workout, but that's an excellent population to start out with, unless there's so much paranoia that you can't even get them into the office because of it. It'd be great if you could get them, if they could sit down and do it, but sometimes just getting them to show up for the first session is too challenging. They won't even show up.
How about with hallucinations?
Same thing. Any psychotic features whatsoever, it is quite miraculous for those populations.
Yeah, you mentioned with bipolar. What about a patient living with schizophrenia?
It's miraculous for
Huh.
them in every case. When we looked at schizophrenia specifically, when we looked at our metadata, at by 20 sessions, 100% of them were reporting significant benefits, where things are better or resolved compared to the same or worse. The issue with schizophrenia tends to be what I had mentioned, though, just getting them to show up for a session, or a lot of them with paranoia and things of that nature might cancel 80% of every session you ever set with them for traditional therapy. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that if they can't show up for the session. But otherwise, yeah, psychotic features, regardless of the cause, tend to be quite a game changer for those populations. Now, I need to give a disclaimer here. We can never promise anyone any results with any modalities ever. That's illegal and unethical. And we're not prescribing a medical treatment for any diagnosable conditions with neurofeedback as well, that it's sanctioned as a relaxation and educational tool. That's not a medical treatment for medical disorders. So that is that, which is also, you have a disclaimer, I'm sure that that you have all your clients sign that saying you're not promising anyone any results for anything anyway. So that.
Do you think there's any benefit to like sporadically doing neurofeedback on clients, such as someone who's very non-compliant, but when they do show up, do you think there's a benefit to, administering that with one of my appointments? Or do you think it's just, no, it needs to be something more consistent?
Well, you mean just doing it is it okay just to do like a session every once in a while, like every few weeks or something like that? Well, yes and no. I mean, what we see a lot of, because if you don't have like any significant pathology, like you yourself do not have like major depression, anxiety, or significant cognitive deficits, in terms of seeing results, that would be you'd be one of the most challenging populations we could ever deal with. If you didn't have any significant issues, how do you see that something's going away? Well, what we see anecdotally among providers most of them don't have significant pathologies, is that when they've even done 12 sessions that were very intermittent, with hindsight, after about 3 months of having completed like 12 sessions, maybe over a 3-month span, which is extremely intermittent, most of them even would notice there were some benefits. It's just, when did the kitten become a cat? So recognizing when the shifts happen can be challenging, doing them very intermittent. That's the only real issue one could do. And you're not that likely to get real excited about it, doing it so intermittently, plus being smattered with a million other things. What's doing what now as well? Is it the RTMS? Was it the EMDR? Was it the somatic experiencing? What was it? So those are the only considerations that I would have about doing that. When you really want to see what it can do, if you could, like this person who has such a severe bipolar disorder, in my experience, when they have some psychotic features as a result of it, they're really desperate. They'll do anything to make that horror go away. And they'll often be quite willing to commit to doing the sessions fairly intensively, several per week, what have you, paying out of pocket for it, what have you, when there's kind of moderate to severe symptoms like that. But those are some considerations. But yes, it does work if you do it intermittently. It's just, personally, I find it boring. When I would have clients who would say, oh, I can't do this. I am so busy. I'm the CEO of this Fortune 5 company. I have 40 kids that I'm running everywhere. I don't have time to do this more than once per week. Or, oh, I can't afford this. I only make $20,000 a year. I can't afford to do 2 sessions a week, 5 days a week. In those scenarios, I'd say, well, it could work that way. Personally, I kind of find it boring. How about we delay this until you take a week off from work, and then we can do maybe at least 2 or 3 sessions in a week, and we get just 6 sessions under our belt, and then you could decide. everybody, the way that I talk to them about it, it's not what I say, but how I say it. They comply with that and they'll try it. Or they'll go, oh no, I guess I could shift some things around. I could do that now anyway. And then if they did ask, now can I go down to once per week? I could say yes, but your rate of progress will be cut in half. Do you still want to do that? Then they'll usually go, no, that's fine. But most of the time, they won't even bring up doing it less frequently. Because once they start breaking records in terms of symptom reduction, when they've gotten between 5 and 8 biweekly sessions under their belts, they tend to be really thrilled with the process. And then they've established a relationship with us as well, and gotten to know us better also. Dr. Rudy, what is your...
Yes, thank you. So, going back to the psychosis features, would the effects be very similar, the same with someone who is experiencing withdrawal from a substance? So, let's say amphetamines or methamphetamines.
Yes, very, very effective with those populations. Again, the cause of the issue, it would, it sounds kind of odd when I say this to people who haven't heard that before, but the cause of the issue is pretty irrelevant in terms of how effective the training is going to be. And so, yeah, with the, even like with the THC-induced psychosis as well, which is an increasingly common phenomenon happening as well. There too, yes, it's very effective. What's happening is there were underlying vulnerabilities the person had, and then with the abuse and the saturation of their brain with certain substances triggers their brains to go into these undesirable states. And so, yeah, never a problem. I mean, it's one population. Rudy, do you work in an institution that has a detox?
No, not at this time, but that's what we're aiming for. So, and I've worked in detox facilities, but I just don't remember if we applied this to people who are actively still in withdrawal periods.
Got it. Yeah. Sometimes people will make a mistake when they read our literature where we did not start people for 2 weeks of use. The only reason we did that was not that people need to, their brain does not need to do anything before we start training them with brain pain or neurofeedback. The only reason we did that in the study was so that the testing was valid, that the testing would not be valid if people were actively abusing certain substances prior to 2 weeks. So we've had programs that did this in detox facilities. A couple grants people had where they would, as soon as the day one, when they'd enter the detox and they're in just horrible states from the detox process, or barely awake in some cases and things like that, they'd start getting hooked up like twice a day, 5 days a week. And in 2 organizations, they went from transitioning only 20% who would leave the detox arm and move into the residential arm. They went to 80% would leave the detox arm and go into the residential arm. So it was a really big deal. And of course, how they did it, what was really essential is they had, the nursing staff who was trained, who knew, they're not going to say, oh, do you want to take this medication now or not? They would lead them into doing it. The clients were like, oh, those with heroin addictions, every muscle in their body is aching and they're writhing in pain and cramps and things like that. Rather than just they're sitting around smoking cigarettes all day or whatever, they'd be hooking them up to the equipment once or twice every day. They'd be, you want to feel miserable out by the pool or miserable sitting in your chair? And they would do it. But it's how it's led. If they were looking to the client saying, hey, do you want to, do X, Y, or Z? And they were, all sympathetic with them, then none of them would ever do it. And we can't do that with those populations by and large. But when they're led into it, it can be quite stabilizing. It's very common that even clients coming off of benzodiazepines, after a week of this work, where they're doing sessions like every day or twice a day, that they're sleeping soundly after, detoxing from a benzodiazepine, which typically would take many years for them to normalize sleep as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Any other questions? All right, so these are the three primary root causes of issues. Our assessment tool identifies, how much the brain wants to speed up or slow down, or to what extent does it need the alpha theta work to stop hyperreactivity. And then the feedback process happens just from converting the brain waves that are related to these arousal states, the brain waves that are related to underarousal, the brain waves related to overarousal, and the brain waves related to phobic anxieties into auditory and visual information. And then it's their brain is the real genius that when it gets information now about mental and emotional states across sessions between 5 and 8 of these sessions, their brain outside of sessions and likely for the rest of their life is resting in states where they're feeling better and thinking better and performing better. We recommend people do between 20 and 40 sessions. 20 sessions if they just had one issue like PTSD, for example, or an attentional problem. Most people will have issues that are detracting most from the quality of their life that are both organic in nature and PTSD related. And so then one set of training, the arousal training, will help with the issues that are aspects of their issues that are more organic. And then when they plateau over the previous 5 sessions, which is all about next week, we'll get into like how to recognize a plateau. Then they would start doing preps or alpha theta sessions to help with the PTSD. So that could take up to 40 sessions, 20 of the eyes open only protocols and maybe 20 of the others. But 30 sessions is sort of average that people would ordinarily do. Not that but they're typically breaking records between 5 to 8 bi-weekly sessions or 10 to 12 once per week sessions are typically breaking records outside of sessions when that's the case. And so when we've done the assessment tool, it will come up with alpha theta sessions, have to be done with the eyes closed or it won't work, and everything else. That's eyes open training. So with the alpha theta, they just sit back and the machine will either give you some things to read to the client, or the machine will give you a guided visualization where you click a play button and it speaks to the client, telling them what to do at every point in the session. Which in the first 5 minutes of every session, there'll be one of those two things in their alpha theta sessions, that is. It'll be either giving you something to read to the client, asking them to say something after they thought about their toes or what have you, or it will be having them think about some aspects of what might trigger a particular reaction, and then thinking through a scene where the triggering thing happened, but they ended up having an okay experience regardless of that. Those are what we call guided visualizations. The alpha theta sessions will always be preceded with either this distraction exercise in the first 3 sessions with this thing that it tells you to read to them. And in the 4th and beyond, it'll be these guided visualizations, or it will be prompting you to click play with just this guided visualization only. Those are alpha theta sessions. Yeah, done with the eyes closed, all auditory information. When their brain hears the sounds changing, getting lower in pitch and quieter, their brain's moving into more ideal states where more sounds are happening, but they're lower and quieter in pitch. Don't tell this to any clients, by the way, because then they'll be thinking that you said, I have to make these sounds lower with their thinker, and they can't. If they could do that with their thoughts, they wouldn't need any neurofeedback. So we don't tell the clients what the sounds mean. They figure it out in about 3 to 5 full sessions, that just from their own experience. And then the eyes open training, all they need to do is look at the screen and be still enough. So here's where their brainwaves have gone above the tops of the green letters. They just have to be still enough where their brainwaves are staying below the tops of these green letters here. And if they're capable of clicking this right mouse button when they see any blue in this graph, that's all they do. They click it to prevent it from turning all blue for as long as they can. And that's it. That's all they have to do to replicate our results during the eyes open training. Be still enough where their brainwaves are staying below the tops of these green letters, and they click the right mouse button when there's any blue in this graph to prevent it from turning all blue for as long as they can. All right. And then under the hood, what's happening with brain paint and all effective neurofeedback, that is there are these what we call rewards and inhibits. A reward are these desirable brainwaves. When we're talking about under arousal and over arousal, there's when somebody's brain was running too fast, like the Air Force pilots, when their brain was running too fast, their brains were too over aroused. So they gave them a slower brainwave. They gave their brain information about this slower brainwave to teach their brain how to access these slower states. It was a sensory motor rhythm. So that was a reward. Whenever sounds would be triggered by this desirable brainwave getting larger, that's creating a reward. And there are these thresholds that the software maintains under the hood of how big these various brainwaves are. So like when the desirable brainwaves are below like a certain line that the software is setting, or when the desirable brainwaves are above a certain line, above a threshold, it's a reward, then the sounds are triggered to come on when they're above a certain threshold that the software sets for us. And then when the undesirable brainwaves, like big slow brainwaves, get really large, past a certain size, those are called inhibits, that those larger undesirable brainwaves, like a sleep brainwave, it's called delta, or theta, the spacing out daydreamy brainwave, when that one was getting larger, that would stop the sounds and it would inhibit the sounds when they come above their threshold. It causes the sounds to break up more. And that's the information that that's all the information our brain requires to self-regulate, to find states that are different from the states that it was stuck in. And it's the exact same type of learning that happens when you're learning to ride a bike, or you're on a snowboard. When you're on a bike, you can't learn how to ride a bike from a classroom or reading textbooks and going and taking classes and things like that. You can't learn how to ride a bike. It requires real-time feedback where the sensor in your eyes sees a horizon and we have a sensor in our inner ear. And only through information will our brain develop new abilities. It just requires real-time information, very fast information about brain states that are related to improving functionality, and it automatically improves that functionality. But it does take 3 hours of practice, which equates to like 6 brain paint sessions for our brain to learn how to start changing its brain states that are related to how we feel and how well we think. So it's not like knocking their brain into a wonderful state, but through information in the exact same way that you'd learn how to ride a bike or stand on a slippery board on a slippery hill. Through information, our brain, visual and auditory information, our brain is converting the software converts the brain waves into auditory, these little musical notes, and visual information, things changing on the screen that are related to the brain waves. And then our brain across sessions learns how to balance in these states where it's feeling better and thinking better, regardless of the performance test, the NASA TLX, or psychometric tests people are taking, or MRIs and fMRIs that they're receiving pre and post. So those are, riding a bike. Some things that will be invaluable to tell clients about their brain paint sessions is that they do not need to be relaxed during sessions. They don't need to understand it on any levels, like with their thinker. They do not have to like the procedure. That there's when you start working with people with lots of obsessionality, a very common thing that will happen with them, they'll say, oh, these sounds are so distracting. I don't like those sounds. Can we turn the sounds off? Oh, this graph is so distracting. And you'll go, well, what is it distracting from you from? Oh, my obsessionality. Yes, that's what it's doing. That as their brain, as the software grabs their mental and emotional states during the feedback and takes it from their counting or whatever they're doing, they'll feel like they're being distracted from this normal state. For them, their normal state is, obsessing about counting things to prevent catastrophes from happening in the world and things like that. And this will be distracting from them for it. Clients with a lot of anxiety during their feedback, like we mentioned before, when they have anxiety many times a day, when they're doing their alpha theta sessions, when their brain is in these calmer states and the sounds are quieter and lower in pitch, they'll often go, oh, those quieter, lower pitch sounds make me feel more calm, and the higher pitch sounds make me feel more anxious. But what's actually happening is that they've drawn the association to the sounds. It's not really making them, it's just reflecting those two different kinds of states. We'll say, yeah, it's okay. If anyone had to feel relaxed during this or be relaxed before it could work, this would never work for anybody. And that's not very intuitive. A lot of people would think that they have to be perfectly relaxed. And what would that entail? That would entail talking throughout the whole session or distracting themselves by playing on a phone or doing the things that they're doing all the time. And people don't, nowadays people don't have a lot of time where they're just sitting quietly doing nothing. And so when their anxiety comes up during that, it's never a problem. But once they've gotten between 5 and 8 of these under their belts and outside of sessions, even if they're like 17 years old or under and they don't have the abstract reasoning abilities yet to draw the connection that this has made their seizures go away and now they can drive or things like that, they'll intuitively feel like it's doing something, and they will reduce a lot of the initial resistance that they had to it. But we should never expect anyone to not have any resistance to it, or adolescents when it comes to working with them and their struggle for autonomy and things like that. It's important to let the family members know that they don't have to like the process in order for it to work. In fact, if they're doing it for any cognitive issue, nearly every cognitive issue, one thing people have is they want to avoid anything that demands a lot of mental effort. And this requires a lot of mental effort. And so it's very valuable that before you start, that you tell parents of children who are like 17 years old and under that about that, and that they don't have to like it, that this is the brain gym that they're going into. And their brain's getting a workout. When it gets tired, it's going to want to get up and do something. And that doesn't mean, and actually, if that wasn't happening, I would get more concerned about that, that their brain wasn't getting a workout during the feedback. And a lot of times that will make clients, family members go, oh, good to know. I would have thought that they would have had to believe in it before it would work, that it was some kind of a placebo. And if they believed it, that it would cause it to work or what have you. And it's like, no, that fortunately is not necessary. And they don't even have to want it to work. Occasionally, if you get someone who is actively in the military or what have you, and they're on a disability, and if they get rid of their PTSD, they will no longer receive certain benefits. That is not a problem either in terms of their reducing symptoms. How many sessions did you do? Have you done between 5 and 8 bi-weekly sessions or 10 to 12 once per week? That's the best predictor of progress that we have, is how many sessions has anyone ever done? Yeah. Okay. All right. And so in the 2 training strategies we have, the beta and SMR only protocols, help with these issues that tend to be more organic or hormonal in nature. And the alpha theta helps pretty much exclusively with the stress-related disorders. Another thing that will be helpful when it comes to working with people with like traumatic brain injury as well, when it comes to the assessment tool, almost everybody with brain damage is going to say it's their PTSD is what's detracting most from the quality of life, even when they could barely walk or talk or things like that, from the brain damage. And so we always want to be clear that it's your understanding of what's detracting most from the quality of their life when it comes to our assessment tool, which we'll be getting to here shortly. Okay. So, yeah, those are the two types of sessions. There's the eyes open training and the eyes closed training. We covered that thoroughly enough. And so all it does is it helps us feel better and think better. And as a result of those, it's how are we performing better? Here's an overview of results overall. This is probably the best snapshot that we have of what does this do. We looked at 13,490 clients at one point, for regardless of what they were coming for. And when do they start breaking records in terms of symptom reduction? This is after 2 sessions, after 5 sessions, and after 10 sessions, and after 20 sessions for all populations. And so this 45% reporting progress after 2 sessions, it's typically not much to write home about. It would typically be like, yeah, there was like 1 or 2 nights things were better, but they're good once in a while anyway. I'm not so sure if it's this or that. Not a problem. But after 5 sessions, this 63% who are reporting things either being better or resolved or the same or worse. This is typically something to write home about. But even though we see this statistically, we find it's better to under-promise and over-deliver. And so it's often better to say after we've done about 8 of these sessions at 2 or more per week, then we should be breaking session records outside of sessions, perhaps, even though the clients will be coming in reporting progress before then, more so than not. It's better to under-promise and over deliver, but the 63% are typically pretty thrilled with what's happened already at 2 or more sessions per week. These folks did 2.3 sessions per week on average. And then after 10 sessions, 74%, and then 80% after 20 sessions are reporting significant gains after the work. But this is kind of a growth curve for most populations. I'll cover a few here. The easiest population we help people with, this was with 222, with night terrors, nightmares, the cause never matters, is the most responsive population. And this 62% after 2 sessions is something to write home about. Fort Bliss did a study of active duty soldiers comparing brain pain to several other neurofeedback systems and found that within 4 sessions, their entire cohort were free of nightmares and night terrors. It is the most responsive population. We see that with these 222 subjects as well, where after 20 sessions, 85% were breaking records in terms of symptom reduction. And PTSD is the second most responsive population as well. Whether it's developmental trauma or not is irrelevant. Here, 89% after 20 sessions are breaking records in terms of what they're coming for. And this was, with 819 folks. And then everything else is basically the same, all of their populations. I'll get to the autism is one, though. This was 354 clients. What we see with them statistically is that after 10 sessions, they're at 60%, where virtually everybody else is around 60%. After 5 sessions, it takes them about twice as many sessions we see. And it's the only population that we saw this delayed response with. But then after 30 sessions, they're up to like 90% are reporting gains. And after 20 sessions, they're up to 80%, close to 80% like everybody else. But it seems to take them a little longer. One variable could be the next analysis that we do. We're going to be able to take a deeper dive. We're probably going to see significant movements in their initial sessions as being the deterrent or progress, that when somebody is moving, where their brainwaves are above the tops of those green letters, there's no feedback. And we'll probably find that it took some clinicians longer to get the clients to be conditioned to be still enough where their brainwaves are staying below the tops of the green letters over 75% of the time, which would be required for results. That's probably what's happening there. More will be revealed. And the least responsive population we have is chronic pain when there's a known cause of the nerve, like nerve damage or things like that. Here we have, after 20 sessions, we have 67%. There's still 33% are at square one with chronic pain issues. We're not going to be fixing like any nerve damage in somebody's spine or things like that when there's a known cause of the pain. Where most of the results come from chronic pain, fortunately, the majority of people actually have PTSD. And when you develop PTSD and you sustain what would ordinarily be an acute injury, it seems that people's bodies tend to overcompensate to the physical pain as they do emotional pain. And it turns an acute problem into a chronic problem. And when they resolve their PTSD, that goes away. Also, fibromyalgia comprises a significant portion of those reporting results here as well. And fibromyalgia also seems highly correlated with PTSD as well, where if anybody is up for more than 3 days or sleeping with one eye open, not getting into these restorative levels of sleep where your body gets rid of its lactic acid, we'd all have a chronic pain issue. And when people resolve their PTSD, often those fibromyalgia symptoms tend to resolve as well. But this is the least responsive population. And the second least responsive population yet is, like we said before, OCD. Here, 75% are having issues the same or resolved compared to better or resolved compared to the same or worse after 20 sessions. So 25% were still at square one. And then among this whole cohort, though, this group only moved up by like 4% from after the 10th session to the 20th session. So this is one population that we still need to do a better job with. But if you're familiar with how responsive this population is to any treatments, medication, anything to date, you would find these results quite remarkable. And by and large, we do have a significant impact on this population, but there's one of 3 different training strategies that for this population, there's about a third of them that we have to train on their foreheads. And in our next analysis, we suspect that we've had an impact on that since we've been doing these brain prints, which we cover in training day 3, Friday number 3. We'll cover how do we get there, because it's with this obsessive population is the majority of folks that will need to train eventually on their foreheads. It's typically as the third approach. But that is the second least responsive population we have. Any questions on any of that before we take our break and plug in our equipment and to a power source and turn it on? I'll walk everyone else through everything besides that. But any questions on any of that?
I do, Bill.
Yeah, go ahead.
As always, these are absolutely fantastic statistics, and I'm wondering how I can utilize these in my intros and possibly my website. I want to do it properly and give everyone the right credit. Is there a way to access that?
Interesting. Yeah, you can. I'm going to put these slides in in the training feature that you could put them up there. I'll just drop them in the chat feature. It's a PDF as a PDF file. So yeah, you could do screenshots of them. That would be fine. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much. And maybe I'll get with you offline on how to cite that correctly.
Yeah, you could just say, brain paint training 8/4 2023. That would be fine. But yeah, or I'll also put in a link to my calendar as well. And Rihanna's calendar. Oh, here. Oh, there come. Let's see, to everybody. Okay, here come the Training slides, I'll let those go through first. It looks like it's going through slowly. And I'll also put a link to my calendar because in addition to these trainings, we also have individual consultations as well that you can set up to supplement the trainings or answer questions when you've written down lists of questions and things like that as well. All right, so I just put a link to my calendar as well, where you can set up a time for us to talk. And also Rihanna Christensen, she is our clinical support person that we've just taken on as well, who helps out clinicians and institutions. Also, very good. Any other questions?
Thank you so much.
Welcome. All right, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. On my clock here, we'll come back at 11:42 on my clock, and we will resume. But on the break, yeah, get your power supplies, plug in your laptops. If you haven't turned it on yet, some of your laptops, if the power button is the 6th key on your keyboard on the uppermost highest row, it's the 6th key from the right of your laptop to power it on. Let's just do that. And then eventually, when it comes to hooking people up, I'll walk everyone through how to plug in the amplifier and the sensors when it comes to that at 12:30. All right, see you at 11:42 on my clock down here. Okay, let's go ahead and resume. Can someone confirm you can still see my screen and hear me?
Yes.
Very good. And we see like the brain paint program and the start session and the new evaluation. We see that too, okay?
Yep.
Very good. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's all do this. If you haven't, so everybody's turned their laptop on. We only want it plugged into a power supply. We never want it turned on without being plugged into a power supply, or things in it will actually break. It'll require a lot more remote maintenance from us if it is ever run without being plugged into a power supply. And then once we turn it on, you may have to just hit the enter key or something to see the desktop. And then you'll also want to use the USB mouse that we send out with the equipment as well. It'll be way more intuitive than the trackpad. Nearly all of our providers are used to Apple computers that have never changed your trackpad in many years. And with Apple products, they're not as good as the Apple trackpads, and they're all different. And so you're used to them being different, but the mouse is far more intuitive. It can make it a lot easier to learn by plugging in the USB mouse to put over things and to click. So the first thing we'd want you to do is put your mouse over the Brain Paint program. On your desktop, you'll see a Brain Print and a Brain Paint, but Brain Paint, and then we double left click, 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 2 fast clicks. If you're clicking too slow, like click, click, that won't happen. Would on an Apple product, but with PCs, it has to be like click, click, that fast. And then the machine will say, please wait. And then we'll see this screen here that says Brain Paint on it. Let me know if I'm going too fast for anybody here. Okay. So what I'll do next is I'm going to click the new evaluation. I'm going to pretend like this is a new client we're seeing for the first time. So we only click this button once for an existing client. Next week, we'll cover how to use this re-evaluation button. We never click the new evaluation button for an existing client. So I'm going to click the new evaluation here. And when it says it got 34 more sessions, when you first run Brain Paint with an internet connection, it will get 34 more administrations. It will require an internet connection only about every 30 sessions that you might run. It doesn't require one all the time. And we would, those are pretty intuitive how to click the
You want
wire.
us to go ahead and click on the new session?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The new evaluation. Very good. And then we're not aware of any security breaches that have ever happened where people have gotten identifiable information from a machine. But if you never put any identifiable information in, is what we recommend, none could ever be taken out. So what people will usually do, they'll put in a client's first name, maybe a last initial, and then maybe a date and time stamp of some kind, their age, their gender. And now this takes us to these what we call growth areas that we emphasized in the beginning of today. These are here's a list of questions that we can ask about each of the growth areas that will come up with a growth area that will be reflecting what issue are we wanting to address with this client that is most detracting from the quality of their life. So here it suggests this is as simple as like a label like PTSD or major depression. Who here has a client? Was it Mary that you have a client with like a severe, with some severe psychotic features that we think is probably coming from a bipolar disorder. Was that you, Mary?
Yes, I've had them. I don't have anybody currently like in a psychotic
Got
state,
it.
but I have in the past.
Okay, got it. Do you have a particular client on your caseload right now that you're thinking wanting to start with brain paint?
No, I haven't, no. Haven't come that far yet. I want to kind of know more about it before I start, considering who would be the best one.
I
Start with.
see. Interesting. Well, one thing about that is you're not likely to, after today, you won't be learning much more about who is likely to be the
Oh,
less likely.
okay.
That, what it do you, if we have a client who wants to, I'm assuming you would have a client in your caseload who wants to feel better or think better, right?
Mhm.
Right. And as long as they wanted to feel better or think better, we're likely to be as helpful for them as anyone else, except you might want to just delay starting anybody with significant obsessionality or people with a borderline personality disorder. And that's basically it. Okay, got it. So there is that. Does anybody here have a particular, or does that bring to mind any clients right now who might want to feel better or think better that we could do this with? What I want to do is find a particular, I want to go through creating a growth area for somebody who has like a real issue. I want to walk everyone through that process.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have a patient right now, like really, really bad panic attacks and severe depression. I do have her on the list for TMS, but with prior authorization, that could take 2 months. But she may be a good candidate. Well, it sounds like she would be a good candidate for brain
Yeah.
pain.
Perfect. Yep. Perfect. All right. So what I did here is we answered the first question here right now. So what issue or label is most detracting from the quality of their life? And would you say it's the panic or is it the depression that's detracting most from the quality of their life? They're both pretty significant issues. Do you have a sense of?
The panic, the depression stemming from the panic.
Yep, and that makes sense. That's very common that she's probably now panicking about having panic attacks, which is one of the final phases of that particular issue. Great. Okay, so what I did here is just like what it suggests. We put the label and then we put a colon after it. If we don't put the colon in it, that later the software would prompt us and say, hey, how would you categorize this? Is it in this list of issues or is it not in the list? But if we put the colon after it, the software will have this categorized as, no panic. And so now I'll ask you the next question about this client. Where are the worst aspects of this issue of panic showing up most predictably and observably? So where in life is this showing up the most?
So she has quite a few. So work, driving, and just like if she has to make a phone call, if she has to go to, an appointment besides telehealth.
Yep, got it. So she's probably becoming a little like agoraphobic, where she's sectioning her life off. The more she avoids, the lower her threshold to tolerate panic. Have you noticed like a progression in that across time, or?
Definitely. I mean, she has some very mild agoraphobia. She was working up until about a month ago, but it is worsening. It is progressing to that.
Yep. That's what tends to happen. The more they avoid, the worse it gets. Also, if they're on a benzodiazepines as well, there'll often be where they're increasing the dose and then the withdrawals get worse and the withdrawals trigger more panic than they had before. It can just become a slippery slope. All right. So that's all right. So we have when I need to drive or attend non-video appointments. I'm most triggered. Okay, so we have the first two parts of it. This is kind of where it's happening most commonly. And now the third one is how many times per week or how long in duration do these behaviors or reactions last? So here we just want to get the, like, what is the, I'll have these at least, once per week, twice per week, 4 times a week. This is one that often you'd have to get from discussing it with a client. That's not a problem for the sake of our training. But that's the part of it that's going to make it actually quantifiable. If we just left it like this, it looks quantifiable, but it's not. She'd have to like nearly eliminate all aspects of the panic before she'd notice it, versus within 5 to 8 of these biweekly sessions, it should be reduced pretty significantly. But how many times per week or day do we think this is getting triggered?
It's probably almost daily.
At least once? Is it more than once a day, or is it at least once per day would be like a pretty...
I would say once per day.
Okay. All right, so then we'll just put I'm triggered at least once per day. That's it. That's all there is to it. Now, and you'd mentioned that the other aspects of the depression is linked to this, because she's probably feeling, what I'm interpreting that is, she's probably feeling hopeless. It's like she's trapped. She can't do things. And she's also aware that her world is likely getting smaller and smaller across time as well. That's a really scary thing for somebody. One thing about that is we wouldn't need, like, you could probably create 40 different growth areas for this one issue. That's not typically necessary, that you would get like a particular growth area for everyone. What is most important, though, is that we get like the things that are the most limiting in their world and the most observable, and something you could definitely count. Some things you'd want to avoid with growth areas is, a lot of clients will say, oh, I'm anxious all day, every day. Not remotely quantifiable written that way. It's like, okay, but when it's at its absolute worst, what happens? Oh, that's when I'm bawling my head off and I'll cry for at least an hour every day. Bingo, very quantifiable. We got something in there of when it's at its worst. Another thing you'd want to avoid are growth areas that you would not see for like a month or two. Like now, a lot of people are bringing their kids in to do brain paint because of attentional problems in the school. The school year hasn't started yet. And so they're going, well, we don't know if it's getting better or not. When they might have a growth area of, it'll take them a half hour to finish. I'm sorry, it'll take them an hour and a half to finish like a half hour's worth of homework. Extremely quantifiable, but there's no homework currently for them to do. So you'll want to avoid a growth area like that. That's not something you can quantify. What you could usually do in cases like that, though, is you could find like other things that are not optional. Like if he has to clean his room or have certain chores, that if he could just focus and wouldn't require 3 or 4 redirects, he could get it done in a fraction of the time. So you can find some things that are similar to it. Or another really common one is someone will say, oh, I have this phobia of flying, where I get up a panic attack whenever I fly, but I'm not going to be flying for 3 months. That's a great long-term goal, but let's find something that is happening, where spikes of anxiety are happening without flying. Like a common one would be when they're in a car and they're not driving, or maybe getting into elevators or things like that. So you'll want to find something that is occurring on a weekly basis versus on a monthly basis. Otherwise, it could take a month to see the progress. Does anybody have a client who's come to mind where you're wondering, like, wow, how would I quantify this for a client? Thank you, Mary, for this particular one. It was a perfect example of a growth area.
I'd be curious about low self-concept and how we could use that in a quantifiable way.
Yeah, big deal. Like a low self-esteem.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, it's it is usually it's related to trauma and things of that nature. So what I'll do is let's imagine if you were the client with this particular issue, and what I would ask. So we have the label now, and I put the colon after it, so it won't nag me about that later. Um, and now I would ask, where are the worst aspects of this issue showing up on a or what situation is where this issue is getting triggered on a like a daily or a weekly basis? What do you know about that for this particular individual? Well, first, one thing that I know is maybe you want in the big picture, there might be things where they, pick girlfriends who are abusive to them or things like that. Those are very macro scale things that might take months to see some results with something like that. So, but what might be some more granular things that come to mind about that, where this low self-esteem issue might be showing up more frequently and more predictably?
Definitely in regards to their interactions with their partner, and which is a more healthy relationship, especially lately. But the depression and the anger that occurs, it's a blended household. There's a lot of complexities with that. And the low self-esteem comes up when, at first they're mad about something that's very appropriate, and then they kind of go, but I'm bringing this further complication to an already complicated situation, even though they deserve to have that voice.
Yes. So then they're ending up with sort of two problems.
Yeah.
They're having the problem of what's going on, and then they're having the problem with having a problem, and then trying to rationalize it away. So a couple places that would often show up might be like what you just described is then, so first they might be with you expressing the upset around it, and then later comes the rationalization that's something that you might be able to hear in these various scenarios, that there comes a rationalization. Another place that would often come up with low self-esteem would be kind of this like incessant explaining of themselves, or like if they're upset about something, trying to lay down all this groundwork of why they're upset or how they shouldn't be upset. But that could be one thing, is I will find myself describing to a friend how first that I'm upset, and then maybe later then how I shouldn't be, how, well, I'm in this complicated situation, and this is why it's here. So what are your thoughts on that?
That's
How?
ringing true. Yeah, that's landing correctly.
Okay, got it. Yeah. So I find myself experiencing negative emotions, and then later trying to explain them away. So then to make it quantifiable, I catch myself doing this at least like how many times per week. Again, that's something usually need to ask from the individual, but that's the part that will make it very quantifiable. A lot of times clinicians will want to stop here, and because we're not used to kind of resource outcome monitoring, which is actually a form of therapy in and of itself. We're not used to quantifying things like that with people. So we'll say, I catch myself doing this at least. Do you have a sense of how many times this pattern occurs, like on a weekly basis yet?
Every day except Mondays.
Okay. That's cute. That begs the question, what's going on with Mondays?
She's gone to church and feels ready to move forward, and Monday is her best day of the week.
Nice, nice.
This
She
has come out in her explanations before.
got it. Very nice. So she gets a little spiritual gas every Monday that kind of elevates her above that place that she would sort of try to manage that emotion through rationalization. Well, that's powerful. That's powerful. Very quantifiable as well. So yeah, great example. I'm going to show you a couple other things. One is if we leave a few of these blank, in the next screen, after I click my next button, it will bring us to these checkboxes. And if we leave one of them blank, or maybe even two of them blank, the software can create some quantifiable growth areas because it'll be asking for some numbers of times for nightmares. If ever you have a client who has nightmares like several per month or more, it's always very valuable to use that as a growth area, because nightmares will virtually always correlate very, very strongly with what I call daymares, where during the day, these mental or emotional states will come over someone where they're just feeling miserable, independent of what's happening in the external world. And their mind will typically find some reason, that it's causing it. But when the nightmares go away, very large symptoms also start going away as well. It'll virtually always correlate quite strongly with them. And you'll also find when you start doing these assessments, how many of your clients actually have nightmares as well. Because a lot of times when people are born with them, they just think, oh, doesn't everybody scream every night since they were born? It's like, no. Anyway, so there's also these pre-made growth areas that if you're having trouble, if a client is kind of, when it comes to clients with lots of obsessionality, quite frequently they'll feel cornered or something, trying to create something quantifiable, where they'll say, oh, I stare in the mirror 4 hours a day looking at my nose at least. Extremely quantifiable. Then you go to write it down, they're like, wait, no. There was a day 10 years ago where I didn't do it, so we can't use that growth area. And it's like, okay, well, it's 10 years ago. Well, and they'll just kind of like second guess things, or they'll just not, their yet untreated pathology will sometimes prevent them from creating a quantifiable goal, because they'll just kind of just be, they're second guessing everything all the time. And that's why they're doing it. So anyway, if you're having trouble creating a growth area with clients, we have above each of the 4 potential growth areas, this growth area help button. So I'm going to do this for number 3 here. I'll click that. And it brings up this menu of pre-made growth areas. And these ones that say behavior, those are just it's not a behavior problem. It's the behavioral outcome of an emotional issue or a behavioral outcome of a cognitive issue. And it's the behavioral outcomes of our feelings is what make feelings quantifiable. The feelings themselves, like I feel depressed 5 times a week, sounds quantifiable, but what is it? How depressed? But the behavioral outcome of it, where they end up crying over something with it, very quantifiable. And how often does that happen? Well, yeah, that'll happen like maybe twice a week. I just find myself crying. Or yelling about something is another behavioral outcome that a large percentage of your folks who are coming to see you for help will cry a certain number of times a week, or they'll yell a certain number of times a week. Or if they don't do those 2 things, they'll have a tendency to just be shut down and only giving like 1-word answers, maybe a certain number of times per week. So the first 3 of these behavioral outcomes of them will capture about 80% of any client you'll ever see, whether it's whether it's depression, anxiety, PTSD related, whatever. These first 3 will often quantify one of those 3 things. And then it gets more nuanced as we scroll down. We can see different ones. The ones with addiction, you'll notice that they're all about their disposition in a treatment program. We would never want one where the client will not use heroin when they get out of treatment. Yes, that's the goal, but we wouldn't see it until they're done. So most of them are around their disposition. Are they completing treatment assignments? Are they refusing certain groups or what have you? But we can also sort these in alphabetical order by clicking the categories. We'll sort them from A to Z. And so we'll find that we have some in here, like we have the growth area for panic. I clicked this, so it's sorted them from A to Z. I'm just going to click P as in panic, and it takes us to the P's: pain, panic, PTSD. So panic, at least 4 times per week, my heart races. Simple enough. That could be one for somebody. Or I re-experience events from the past at least 4 times per week for PTSD. So that gives you some ideas of quantifiable goals for people. Anger, I have at least 6 mini and 2 major tantrums per week. And then we can always, when we see these growth areas, we could change the numbers to what would actually apply, because they'll rarely would they happen to just be what your client had in terms of the frequency of these growth areas. Any questions on quantifiable goals? Great. So I'm going to click the next button here. Your computers will not be asking you about the streamlined assessment. That's a thing that we could train specific institutions in, but we're not using that here. And now these are the actual questions that we have to go through each of these items. What I mean by that is mousing over each of these little check boxes, and then the underlying questions appear. One thing we cannot do, it would be an error. We never want to read the headings of these items, because many of them have multiple items under them. And what we do is, let's see, I'll find one here that has, like this one here. Here's one that has like 4 separate questions with it. So when we'd have to read the first question, if somebody answers, as soon as they answer yes to one of these sub-questions, we would just check it, and then we would know we do not ask the questions under it. But if somebody says no to the first one, like let's say here, do you tend to take things too personally? Nope. Then we have to ask the item right under it. Do people tell you tend to take things too personally? No, I don't really get that very often. Okay, now there's a third question that we have to ask as well. Do you overreact to upsets? Yeah, I do that once in a while. Yeah, I do that. So they endorsed it. So then we check the box, and now we don't have to ask the one under it. So we just ask them until we get a yes. And that's key. I want to be 100% clear. 2 no's like that do not outweigh the 1 yes. All those are different questions that are eliciting certain responses about arousal, and they're not always directly related. Each of these questions have some different nuances to it, and that is never a problem with the assessment process. But if you just ask someone, are you overly sensitive, that would be a big problem with the assessment tool, because someone would often think, oh yeah, 1970, I was overly sensitive while I was getting on a train. So if they just thought all that and say, yes, I'm overly sensitive, you have no idea, what that is. So never read the headings on any of these items, or you will not get an adequate assessment. We only get the adequate assessments by asking each question until you get a yes for it, and then you move the mouse to the item below it. And so some of these are under arousal, some are over arousal, some are about psychospiritual. We have to go through all of them, regardless of what we think the person has or doesn't have. We have to go through each of the items, and it takes about 45 minutes on average to go through creating the growth areas and to go through each of these questions. We cannot skim through it or we'll not get an adequate assessment. The tool is really smart, but it's designed in a way to look for specific clusters of items. And so one mistake people sometimes make with the assessment tool is this one here about caffeine. If somebody, it says, check this item if the client has never ingested caffeine in any form. That could be in a pill form, whatever. So if they've never ingested it, so if it's a baby, or a 4-year-old or whatever, and it's like, gosh, I don't know if they've ever drank it. Click. We would check the box if they had never drank it. But if I have ingested caffeine before, then you'd have to ask the question under it. And do you consume caffeine in any form 3 or more times per month? So here's another mistake people will sometimes make. The client would say, yes, but it's just green tea, that I don't feel anything. Or yes, but I don't like the effects of it. It's a yes. That's another essential for the assessment tool, is that a yes is always a yes, and there will never be any extenuating circumstances to them. A yes, but is a yes, and you just check the box and move on. This one will, for everyone who's like 12 years old or older, virtually always that's going to be checked. They'll qualify for some of these. Another mistake people we find will make with this one is after you've done a few of these, you'll get that these things kind of have quality-ness about them. They're kind of quality of caffeine oriented, but it's the literal question. The way that the questions are formed is where the real answers come from. It's not looking for your opinion of what a quality effect from caffeine actually is. Because one of the items here is, when I have consumed caffeine in any form, I don't recall having any significant positive or negative effects. And they're like sitting there thinking, it's like, yeah, I can't recall having any kind of positive or negative effect. If that were the case, they click it, and then you'd move on. You don't ask any other questions with it. All right, so that, and why I'm spending so much time on this caffeine question is because each of these questions about caffeine and also about alcohol spell out many changes the nature of many other answers in the entire assessment tool. That how we react to stimulants or how we react to tranquilizers or things that might slow us down tell the software a lot of how somebody's brain is going to respond to beta and or this SMR training, and also alpha theta sessions as well. And so we cannot skim through the assessment, or we will not get an adequate assessment. So that's also really important when it comes to doing your own assessment. Sometimes people go, oh, I just wanted to skim through it so I could get to the feedback. And then if you do a protocol that wasn't done with a thorough assessment, you might have a weird reaction to it. And often people won't even recognize that for a day or so after the session. They might feel a little more anxious or something, but they won't draw a conscious correlation, but they'll get a little bit of an aversion around doing this for a while. But that's also where Rihanna and I can come in and meet with you and talk to you about it, or how we're integrating it, or how we're talking to clients about it, and a million things that you couldn't anticipate that we've handled hundreds of times. But yeah, the about caffeine item holds a lot of weight for all the other items in the test. Similarly, there's some about alcohol as well, where it describes here that it's not talking about alcohol-related problems. It's just, have you noticed? Yeah, and also don't rephrase the questions. Also, they're written in very specific ways that for people. And what one tip about when you're working with people who are 17 years old or under, you're going to be doing this with them. This is not intuitive, but we would prefer that you would do the entire assessment with a parent without the kid even being there. Yes, when they're 17 years old and under, create the growth areas with the parent and go through this entire assessment. They'll know everything in this whole assessment tool about that individual. They may not know about falling asleep, staying asleep, headaches, and nightmares. They may not know about them. They usually do. But even without knowing that, the software will still come up with an adequate protocol without the kid even being there. Another thing that's in this is evaluations essentials. I just clicked that button. I'll show you right here. Evaluations essentials. Here's a little cheat sheet of these. Another essential ingredient with this is it says never ask a question of something you've already observed in a person. So there's a lot of items in this over-arousal category that that you happen to know that you can already notice that this person tends to dominate conversations already, or you might have noticed aggressiveness happening, or where you would answer some of these. So when you mouse over the items, if you happen to know the answers to some of these as you're reading it, you just check it. Don't ask if you've seen that someone's agitated. Then one, or like aggressiveness, if you happen to know about the client, that do you get into too many arguments with loved ones or coworkers? So if you had the adolescent and the parent there, one thing that would often happen is the kid who doesn't have the awareness of their aggressiveness would say, I'm not aggressive. And you just saw it there right now. And then what do? You saw it, you go with it, or you not go with it, then you the bad guy or what have you. So you can do the entire evaluation without them being there. And never ask a question of something you've already observed. Because people who have a lot of these over-arousal issues will also tend to lack a tremendous amount of insight. They will virtually never recognize that how selfish or self-centered they'll tend to be. It's just like the world would be so much better if everybody was nicer to me. And that's the solution. There'll be rainbows and unicorns, and that eventually happens. And so a large percentage of these issues, they can't see themselves. So your observations over anything that they report will give us an adequate evaluation, or a parent could report for them or about them. And then also there's numerous items like this one here. Do Bill's eyes or affect appear more sleepy than the average person? And this has been typical for at least the last month. So if I'm kind of looking, like this, that's what it's talking about. Or if I'm kind of slow to respond, or I'm looking sleepy, if you didn't happen to know that that was a pattern for the person, so you look kind of sleepy today, is this kind of common, or were you just to do a red eye flight last night or something like that? They'll usually go, no, really, I feel normal. This is kind of click. You would check that box, but it's looking for what your observations over what a person might observe about themselves. So that is essential. And then finally, over here, actually a couple things. We'll create this one here. We'll say, we'll notice that most of these are check boxes, but some of these are looking for numbers. So it says, enter the number of nights per month Bill has any of the following: unpleasant dreams, nightmares, or night terrors. Doesn't matter what an individual ever calls them, but I could say, I have about 3 per week, so that's about 12 per month. We put the number in there. And then also the software will create a growth area also around that as well, and making it with the frequency per week for us when we enter the numbers into some of these. And we had a blank growth area. And then these are items here that are also valuable, where you have to select for the client what you think is it stress-related disorders that appear to be detracting more from the quality of their life, meaning that the types of issues that start from events in the external world. One example would be Mary's client with the insecurities. People don't tend to get an insecurity from getting a concussion on their head. It's usually, if they were made fun of as a child or teased a lot or had narcissistic parents or, things in the external world that are now causing the reactions to things in the external world. When we identify those, that would speak more to these issues are more trauma and drama related. Again, one thing we want to be clear on, and I would actually suggest making a note on this, and that is that it's not asking does somebody have PTSD. In fact, the software doesn't care one iota if the person has PTSD or any other conditions. There's not even a single question in the assessment tool with the word depression because that word doesn't mean anything consistently to an individual. What it is asking about is did the primary issues that are now most detracting from Bill's quality of life or performance seem to start after scary events? So it's are the PTSD symptoms in your observations what are detracting more from the quality of their life than other organic issues like major depression where somebody is sad, slow, and sleepy? That's not a stress-related disorder symptom. And for those of you who might not be, if you're technicians, and that it might be really valuable for you to even, Wikipedia actually has a really good description of stress-related disorders that you could review when it comes to helping identify what's detracting most from the quality of their life. Is it more organic in nature, which would be this issues are more physiologic, and it gives you a list. But here too, it's not asking, does the client have these? Notice how that question is phrased. It is not asking, does the client have trouble improving concentration, attention, or hyperactivity? It says very specifically, it says, would Bill's quality of life be most enhanced by improving any of the following? Why I'm emphasizing that so much is that we're also used to looking for diagnoses and things like that. And Brain Paint only cares about one diagnosis that anybody has, and that is bipolar disorder. Over here. This is the only diagnosis that if anybody has it, that we have to start them with a protocol. Of every diagnosis that there is, it's the only one that we would need to know that the person has it or they don't have it, and then a specific protocol. So when this box is checked, it says here, check this box if the client has a bipolar disorder, regardless of how well his symptoms are currently managed. This ensures a client will start with the nonlinear protocol. Yeah, that's it. That's the only population that needs to start with a specific protocol. The only exception I would say to that would be in every community, there's always a psychiatrist that everyone comes out with a bipolar diagnosis, often because the psychiatrist has one themselves and has responded well to the same mood stabilizer, and everyone comes out with a diagnosis and with that mood stabilizer. I'd say that would be like the only exception, where if your clinical team says or knows, oh, this person had a speed run once and they were diagnosed from a psychiatrist who doesn't really understand stimulant abuse. They thought that they had it. So if your clinical team agrees that somebody has a bipolar disorder, or you're not, you think that they have it, you're not sure, it's best to just go to the default of clicking this particular item. There's another category of people who are often, if they're undiagnosed, they don't have a bipolar disorder, but they really need that nonlinear protocol, but they probably have a bipolar disorder. there's another item below. So nope, they've never had that diagnosis before. Then we'd have to read the second item below, just like every other question in the assessment tool. Have you tried any medications, psychiatric or not, 4 or more times and had more negative reactions than benefits? So here your clients would say, oh yeah, I took Sudafed once and I couldn't sleep for a day. When I take, if I took some NyQuil or this cold medicine, I would wake up and I'd have all these weird dreams and feel depressed for a period of time. And yeah, and I tried SSRIs once. I tried this. Yeah, 4 times. I can count 4 times I've tried different medications and I had more negative reactions than benefits. Click. That just identified somebody who has a super sensitive brain. That is among a rare percentage of people, small percentage of people, who will benefit more from this nonlinear protocol that it'll always come up with when that item is checked. Often they will have a bipolar disorder, but haven't been officially diagnosed or maybe don't meet all of the criteria. It'll catch a whole bunch of people who BrainPaint will come up with this particular starting protocol that will be really helpful for them, where the other protocols would be challenging to work with them with. They'd do well for a while, and then they'd start having some weird reactions, then they do better for a while, and then some odd reactions and back and forth like that. This will catch nearly all of them. The bipolar. I'm going to, for the sake of our training here, I'm going to uncheck that. And I'm going to check the issues are more trauma and drama related. And I'm also going to, whenever the trauma drama item is checked, this one is just qualifying that we have the trauma drama item checked, where it says, are fears, insecurities, or phobias the primary thing you're seeking biofeedback for? Only check this if that is the case. So here, if somebody has PTSD and we picked the issues of more trauma and drama related, this one is just clarifying that. If you did pick that the issues were more organic in nature, it will uncheck that primarily. It won't let us check that box if it is. And that's how we would handle any issue. So if you're ever wondering, wow, what is BrainPaint trying to get at with this? Don't worry about it. We've handled it. Or like an example of that, a mistake people will sometimes make is here with these, again, back to the caffeine items that are really, really important. People would think, well, here, these are looking at qualities of it, but then also we get over here, it's more on caffeine. So I'll ask for the second question. So for me, I do drink caffeine 3 or more times per month, check. And then when I get over here, there's an item that I also qualify with. These are looking at some things that might be unpleasant effects from caffeine. You can do both. They're not mutually exclusive. So don't read more into going, oh, maybe if I check that, wouldn't it be contraindicated to click this one as well? No, if it were, we would not allow you to click both of them. So for me, have you noticed any patterns or negative effects when you have drank it? So it's like, yes, if I drink caffeine after 4 p.m., I'll be up till like 4 in the morning. Click. There's aspects of it that I also don't like. I would qualify for both of those. It's never a problem. One more thing here before we take our break and round up our person to practice placing sensors on the most essential part of our training today is this one here, where it says about panic. When this item is checked, because they qualified for one of these headings here, the software in their initial 3 protocols is going to present us with this, what we call a distraction exercise, where it's going to be giving you this call and response exercise in the beginning of the first 3 sessions, and then it will later start bringing in this regular guided visualization. When it is not checked, this regular guided visualization will come up right off the bat. But what it will also do is, an example is Mary's client who has the panic attacks if Mary could anticipate this for the client. If that client were to sit anywhere with her eyes closed for a half hour doing nothing, she'd work herself up into an extremely anxious state, would feel like everything in the room caused it. And so the software will anticipate that with this particular item. When this is checked, when Mary goes to run that client, the software will say, hey, Mary, I have a thing. I can help this client. So it'll reduce how anxious they feel in this first session. So she'll have this neutral first experience, because every place that Mary's client has a panic attack, she develops a new phobia around. And if ever she's had a panic attack in Mary's office, she's probably been reluctant for about a year to even come to more sessions. It's just the nature of panic. Anyway, so when this item is checked, what the software will do is say, hey, Mary, I'm taking away all this other training for this client. I'm only going to give her 7 minutes of this distraction exercise, where it's going to be giving you some things to have her. You're going to read some things to her, and she's going to be saying, okay, after she thought about her toes or the arches of her feet out loud. So it's going to be distracting her from the horrible places she would otherwise go if there wasn't any stimulation, to ensure she has this initial neutral response. This is an incredibly valuable tool. And what will usually happen with people or with clinicians, that's usually a mistake, is that everybody, the most panicked, anxious clients, will tend to do so well with that. The provider will go, oh, they drove all this distance, I will give them a little more time today. And then they do, and then the client gets extremely anxious, and the client takes another 7 sessions for them just to work through the anxiety that they have around the process. Well, we can reduce about 7 sessions off of their work when this item is checked, and we do read these little pop-ups that come up with Brain Paint. Those things will prevent you from having to memorize a 120-page manual, which I will put in the chat feature by the end of today. Any questions on the assessment tool and these evaluations essentials here? All right, so let's next go and round up your individual who you're going to practice placing sensors on. And when we come back, we'll need us to turn our cameras on so I can time it. And I could also see when somebody misses one thing, or if you're talking at some point, which is necessary for you to be having some dialogue as I'm teaching how to place sensors, but I'll be able to tell when you've missed something that's essential to getting your lights to flash, yellow or flash green. There's only 3 things. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back with your person to practice placing sensors, cameras on at 12:45. Oh, for you, just go ahead and click your Get Protocol button on this screen. We will be using your brainwave amplifier, but not the actual assessment process. You'll be looking at my screen for the rest of the day as I'm showing you where to place sensors in a consistent place. So everybody will be placing the sensors on their client's head in the exact same place according to what's on my screen. But yeah, 12:45. Let's come back with your person to practice placing sensors. See you in a bit.
Can you see us?
No, I can't. Who is this?
Sarah, Emily, and Michelle.
Yes, not yet. I don't see you.
We're trying to figure it out. It says our cam's on, but it's not showing us.
Okay. I'm wondering, is there one of those things blocking the camera at the top of your computer screen by chance? Because it looks like it's
No,
on.
there's not.
Oh, shoot. It's a desktop computer, I take it.
It's a laptop.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, huh. Yeah, I take it you've not.
I think it's been on the whole time. We were messing with it just now, and now it just, yeah, I don't know. It's not working.
Okay, maybe so often if you leave Zoom and then come back to it, a lot of things that weren't working start working again. How about you try
Okay.
that?
All right, give us 1 second.
No problem. Heidi, you live in Topanga Canyon?
Yes, I do. I'm currently in Malibu, but yes, Topanga gal.
Oh, nice. I live on Coastline Drive, which is near on Topanga Canyon and the Pacific Coast Highway.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I'm up on Fernwood. So going up the you pass the fire department and you keep going up for a good while. I'm on Bainham. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
really
Yeah,
peaceful.
I go
I never
hikes up.
leave.
Yeah, it's a nice area. I go hikes on what is it, the Dead Horse Trail, I think it's called.
Yes, that's right.
It's a
Mhm.
nice place.
How's this set up for you? So my coworker is going to be seating here, and I'll be right behind her with the is that okay? Can you say it?
Looks perfect. Yeah, that looks perfect. It's rare that anyone in the trainings has an actual sort of a neurofeedback chair or recliner. So we'll be able to demonstrate one thing with your training. Sarah and Emily, your video is clear as a bell now as well. Hi. All right. So what I will do from the remainder of the day, we'll just look at my screen. I'll be showing you some head placements and then through these infographics showing you how to practice placing sensors on each other. So I'll open the pretend file we just made. What I did was I hit, again, you don't have to do this on your own computer, but I hit now the start session button on my computer, and then it brought up my client list like this. And now I'm going to it says here, double left click to open it. So I click 2 quick clicks. And now we see our various protocols up here. We're going to get to all of this next week of documenting progress. Here's the growth area on nightmares that it created for us in a quantifiable way from just putting a number in there. All right, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to click my save notes and start feedback. If this was our new client, we wouldn't have any questions to ask them about progress anyway. So I'm clicking save notes and start feedback. Did that. And now it says select which protocol we want to run next. And so I recommend that whenever one has the words alpha theta in it, that we would always click on that. Again, you're just following along on my screen for the rest of the day. So here's one that has the words alpha and theta in it. So I'm going to click that one first. And I'm doing that because I clicked that about panic thing in the initial assessment. Now it's helping me. It's saying Bill's assessment suggests using the distraction exercise in his initial 3 sessions will make his training significantly more effective and enjoyable. We recommend Bill receive just 7 minutes of this alpha theta training and not receive any eyes open feedback until his next session. Want me to change his minutes and guide you through this methodology? So it's always like, yeah, thank you. So I don't have to memorize everything and what to do. So I'll say yes to that. And then it says, okay, this first session, we reduce the minutes to 7 and we'll conduct a distraction exercise for you. I'll show you what that is at the very end of today. Around 1:30, I'll start teaching you all that, what that looks like. All right, so got it. So without reading these little messages, you would be totally lost. You'd think your machine is broke or something, that it only gave me 7 minutes of a protocol, but it's telling you why, and it's asking you, and it's explaining it with these little messages is how it does that. So I'm clicking OK on that. And now this is our head screen. This might look a little Greek right now. I'll just give you a quick overview. So this would be like my nose here, and here's my right ear where we will eventually be placing a black sensor, and we have this is the left ear where we're putting a blue sensor, and then we have our green active sensor. It's going to be going on the back middle of the person's head. What I'm going to do for the sake of our training is I'm going to click this little sensor help button, and then this is going to translate what this is into real infographics and explain everything necessary to get good connections and whatnot. So I clicked my sensor help button, and now I'm going to say, help me placing sensors. And this will, for every protocol we're running, it would always show us how to do that. So let's do this next. This little black box that came with your BrainPaint kit, it's called our amplifier. And it has a USB cable that's just like a USB printer cable. If you haven't already done so, let's plug that in. And when you have multiple machines, each brainwave amplifier has to stay with its own laptop. You can't mix and match that little black box to different laptops. They're all paired with them. If you did, it wouldn't be able to find it. You'd have to run the tech support icon. We'd log into the machine and fix that for you. Anyway, this is the amplifier. There's a USB cable in your BrainPaint kit. Let's go ahead and plug it in. We won't care about the lights or anything like that yet. Let's just make sure we have this thing plugged in, and we'll see lights on it once it's plugged in.
Well, when I plug mine in, it's really loose.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay,
never a problem. Yeah. They'll always be, it'll always be a little loose like that. Never a problem. Same within the laptop itself. The cables, just like your USB mouse. I'm moving mine around like this, which is one reason though you don't want to have them, the laptop can never sit on anybody's lap during the feedback, because when you move USB cables, they'll disconnect for a second, but also their bodies will pick up all kinds of electrical activity as well, and you won't get adequate feedback if the laptop is on somebody's lap or on a lap board even. So you want it on a table of some kind. All right, so we got it plugged in. Is anybody still trying to figure out how to plug the amplifier in? I'll get to
question
Yes.
for you on the A1 and A1 and R1. It is not green. Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah, we don't care about the lights yet until we get everything on somebody's head. So the next thing let's do is let's plug the sensor cable in. So there's one cable that's gray and it has a flat end that usually comes with the sensors in these three holes, and we'll get to that in a second. But let's plug the gray cable with the little arrow facing up. There's a round end of it that goes in where the lights are. And let's go ahead and with that arrow up, let's gently insert that in. And that will also be a little bit loose, and never a problem. And so anyone still plugging the round end of that gray cable into the brainwave amplifier? That's the next part. All right, so I'm going to click the next here. All right, and now let's confirm this, that we currently have your green sensor is in the A1 hole, and you'll have a blue ear clip in the R1 hole. And then there's a ground sensor that may be white that would have a little sticker on it explaining that this is the ground sensor. So this the sensor here could be either black or white, but it would need to go in the G hole. It's the ground hole, it's called, of this black gray cable. So let's just confirm that we have an ear clip. Usually these three, if your equipment is brand new, it will come in a wire wrap with all three of the sensors. This in the same little plastic wire wrap. The green in the A1, the blue in the R1. Be a black or white sensor in the G hole. Let's just confirm that in your flat gray cable. And if ever I skip beyond anybody, I'm going too quick. Just go, Bill, what did you say? And we'll back up and I'll explain that. Okay, so we have the correct cables. The next thing we'll do is this. You want to slide that little clip near the flat end of that cable, and then go ahead and stick that somewhere on your person's shirt. Otherwise, when they move, that cable will slide off their lap and it'll keep pulling the sensors off their head over and over again. And that is a very helpful tip, to clip that onto their shirt. Also, if there's anybody here, is there anyone here who can't get somebody to practice placing sensors and you've not done it before? Is there anybody here who can't get someone to practice placing sensors? I have a very helpful and essential tip for you if there is anyone here. Because without going through this live with us, it's not something you can learn on your own very well. You'd likely, every other session, you'd end up having some trouble getting these lights to flash yellow or flash green without going through this piece of it live with us. It's something that we've found over the last 15 years that people cannot acquire from watching training videos. They really need real support. Because even though you were trained, you may have been trained by somebody else, there's knowing how to do it. And then there's knowing how to teach others to do it. And those are very different skill sets. And so I have lots of experience of teaching people how to do this, where they'll never have trouble again getting the lights to flash yellow or flash green. Okay. So we got this on your person's shirt. And this is reminding us that the ear sensors, even though there might be a little earring clip that holds it on, or a magnet in some cases that hold the ear sensors on, they still require paste. And a nice generous dollop of paste so that the paste is oozing out from the sides of it when we eventually put it on. But first, we have to thoroughly scrub their earlobes with paper towels and alcohol. This is the most critical thing to our process. If you did this like that on somebody's ear, you're never going to get your lights. Maybe 40% of the time, your lights will flash yellow or flash green. But 60% of the time, you will not be doing real neurofeedback if you went like this on somebody's earlobes, or if you used alcohol swabs to scrub their earlobes even. Alcohol swabs are not abrasive like paper towels. Paper towels never to be confused with any other materials on the planet. And alcohol. That's it. That is our number one tech support issue, is people using something other than, they'll use wet ones or wet wipes, or none of those are abrasive enough to rub off the layers of oil and dead skin. Alcohol and paper towels only. I can't even with water. I have a hell of a time if I forgot my water to hook. I'm sorry, if I forgot my alcohol, even though I've done this a million times, it'll take me 10 minutes to use water to scrub somebody's earlobe enough to get an adequate connection. 10 minutes per ear. And so I'll just be sitting there fiddling around. But alcohol and paper towels, bang, bang, that quick. One more tip. Sometimes people are buying these jars or these tubs of paste that we do not sell at brainpaintstore.com, and we don't send them out in the tubs. And the reason is those tubs get air gaps when they're halfway filled, and then the paste dries out and people think their sensors are broken. They'll call tech support. We test the sensors and the sensors are perfect. We can tell out with 100% certainty if a sensor or the gray cable's gone bad. And in the cases where people are using those tubs and the paste dries out, you could have the best connection in the world. You'll never get your lights to flash yellow or flash green. So just use those little tubes of paste that we sell. They're both the same price anyway. And then your paste will not be drying out. Or if somebody left the lid off all night or something like that too, then that whole upper layer of it would have trouble. Every time someone dipped into a part that hadn't been dipped into yet, they're not going to get their lights to flash yellow or green, and they're going to think their sensors are broken when they're actually not. Anyway, paper towels, alcohol, and our little tubes of paste. All right. And now see how in this picture, we'll do this on both of our ears. I'm just going to flash forward. And we're going to be scrubbing both of their earlobes. But notice how I have the alcohol soap paper towel in this picture on both sides, and I'm pinching the earlobe, and I'm going like this. I'm pulling it. I'm stretching it down like that. I'm doing the entire surface of it until it's slightly pink. If you just clean one little spot, chances are you will not put the sensor on the spot that you had scrubbed, of course, with paste on the ear sensors always. If you happen to put it on without the paste and it was in a really humid climate, the lights technically could flash yellow or green, but we don't know about the black sensor, if that one is good or not. You get weird signals. So please do not try cutting corners of not using paste, and a generous dollops of paste as well. You'll just be creating headaches for yourself needlessly. All right, so thoroughly scrub both of your person's earlobes here next until the entire surface is pink. And then we'll go ahead and put the ear sensors on. The ear clips are little ear rings. Those are intuitive. The magnetic sensors, if you still have those, we only need paste on just the side that has the magnet on it. And with the ear ring sensors, just paste inside that cup. So it's as much as outside of the cup is what's inside the cup. That's a perfect amount of paste for the ear ring sensors. So it's much it would take to fill the cup. That's how much you want protruding outside of the cup on the earlobes. We do not want just a buttering of a flat amount of paste on either scalp or the ears. Nice, generous dollops of paste. And then the paste gets pushed into the pores of the skin, and that's what gets the good connection after we thoroughly scrubbed it. So this is the blue sensor will go on the left ear, and then the ground sensor, whether it's black or white, would go on the right earlobe after we thoroughly scrub both of those. Going forward, where the black sensor will go on the right ear as well, always with paste on it. The black sensor is actually the most important sensor. Nice, generous dollop paste on that one. That gong sound, if you happen to hear it, when we open a client file, 15 minutes in after we've opened the file, it will gong. That's a signal that says, hey, if we don't start your feedback within 5 minutes, we will not have time to finish it in a 50 minute hour. Okay, that's what that gong is. All right, so we have the left and the right earlobe on after thoroughly scrubbing both. Perfect. Now, to find the spot on our person's head, Emily and company happen to be rare birds where they have a chair like you would ordinarily run Alpha Theta sessions in. And so when it's an actual recliner-like chair that somebody can sit back at a 45-degree angle in, what we do first is have them here's the second most common problem people would have with placing sensors would be they'd scrub the spot on the scalp, and then they would go and put the paste on the sensor after they scrubbed it, and they would never find the spot that they had just scrubbed. That's our second most common error. So what you see here in the picture, this may look trivial, but it's very significant. I have the paste on the sensor already. And I'm right-handed, so I use my right hand with the scrubbing with the paper towel and alcohol, but I just pinch the scalp sensor with the paste on it already in my left index finger. And then with my left thumb and my left middle finger, I part the hair. But first I put their head back up against the back of the chair, and I mark a spot 2 fingers above that spot. So most of you don't have an actual recliner. So just imagine if your hand were the back of the chair, just for demonstration purposes today. And if they were to lean their head back, you want it high enough where the sensor could not touch on the back of the chair. Back middle toward the ceiling, above the spot where it could not touch on the back of the chair if there was a back of the chair. That's how we find the spot first, but we get the paste on the sensor first. That's a critical part. You get the paste on the sensor first, you mark that spot, and then just like this, in the picture here, I have the sensor pinched in my left index finger where I'm using my left thumb and left middle finger to part the hair. So I see a nice clear spot on the person's scalp. Then we rub hard enough to where their head's moving a little bit. And that is a hard enough pressure as we're scrubbing. If we're being too gentle because we're afraid we're hurting them, which our scalp is kind of like our elbow, you can pinch it, it doesn't hurt that much, you're not likely going to get a good enough connection. But we scrub that spot hard enough to where their head's moving a bit. And then without losing the part, we stick the sensor on the little pink spot before it turns unpink until it turns white again. And then I'll come to the third trick of getting good connections every time. But the second most common cause, apart from using something besides paper towels, is you scrub the spot, and then you put the paste on the sensor after you scrub, and then you never find the spot you had just scrubbed. That's the second most common error to make. Or if somebody would scrub the spot and then they'd go and put the tissue down and letting go of the part, that's another way that they would lose the spot they had just scrubbed. Okay. All right. And Sarah and company, it looks like you have all 3 sensors on your person's head, 2 ear sensors and a scalp sensor. Now we would need to look to see, are your top 2 lights flashing yellow or flashing green? We don't care about the bottom 2 lights now because we're only using 3 sensors. We don't have anything in our A2 or R2 holes, so we don't care about those. Those could do random things. They could even flash green the bottom 2. We don't care. Are your lights flashing yellow or flashing green, the top 2 right now, Sarah and Emily?
One of the top ones is actually flashing orange, so I assume I need to adjust it a little bit more.
No.
Orange is good?
No, well, hold on. Orange, flashing orange. Flashing is the magic word. Flashing orange or flashing green are equally acceptable. If it's staying solid orange for more than several seconds, that is not acceptable. Is that clear?
Yeah, so ours are good then. They're flashing. One's yellow and one is orange flashing. No, it's green, actually. One's green, one's orange flashing.
Perfect. Yeah, flashing is always the operative word. Solid yellow, or in some amplifiers, one could be flashing this dark red, which would also not be flashing yellow or flashing green if it was flashing a red color. Red would not be. Or staying solid for more than a couple seconds would not be. And so they could both be flashing green. One could be flashing green. The other could be flashing yellow. They could both be flashing yellow. All of those scenarios are perfectly acceptable on every amplifier we have. Is there anyone here who did not get your top 2 lights? After you placed all 3 sensors, the 2 ear sensors and the scalp sensor, is anyone unable to get your top 2 lights to flash yellow or flash green? Right. Remember, you'll need to unmute yourselves if you're muted. Very cool. Also, Heidi is doing something where she has a headband also around people's heads, and also Sarah and Emily as well. One thing with when it comes to working with little kids who are 5 years old or under, also that reduces movement artifacts a lot. If you have a headband, also, it's one thing that we would get into. Ordinarily, it doesn't hurt with adults to have the headband on as well. With the headbands on, when somebody moves a little bit, the wires aren't going to jiggle for an extra second. They're going to be held tight against their head. It typically is not necessary for adults, but it does not hurt. It's additive, but not necessary. But yeah, very good. All right. So now that is that. So what we would ordinarily do is once we place the sensors and we got our top 2 lights, in this case, to flash yellow or flash green, if it was a real session, we would hit the start protocol button, and only then, and then it would go through the rest of the setup. I'll get to conducting the 2 types of training, alpha, theta, and everything else at the end of the day. But right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pretend like we finished alpha, theta, and now I'll show you another protocol that we're going to hook our person up to next. I'm just going to click my back button here to take me back to this screen. And jump forward. Let's see. I will do what I'm doing is nothing you would ever need to do. I'm just going to bring up another. Oh, hold on, a chat question came in. Good to go on our end. Yay, Ariel and company. I stand and did not want to be on camera. Okay, no problem then, Dr. Ariel. As long as you got your lights to flash yellow or green, we're golden. Okay, so a next spot, I'll show us all how to place sensors that you'll see on your head screen will be this. All right. Okay, so here's another spot on our head. So there'll be sensors like 80% of the time, actually about 90% of the time, the sensors will either be these alpha theta sessions where the sensors were on the back of our head, the active sensor, and then 2 ear sensors like we showed you. And then or they'll be on the sides of our head in various protocols. They'll be, when they're on the sides of our head like this, now we see that green sensor is on this is the left side of our head. They're always going to be 4 fingers above the top of that ear. With this particular configuration, the ear sensors are in the same place, so we need not swap them or move them or anything or take them off or whatnot, because they're already happen to be in the same place. But now I'll show you when we see the sensors on the sides of our head, what we'll do. So the same person who placed the last sensor will have you move the scalp sensor from the back middle of their head now to the sides of your head. And I'll use these infographics to show you how to find that spot 4 fingers above the top of that ear when their head is level. All of this is the same still. All of this is the same. Ears, same. All of that's the same.
Do you recommend changing the paste?
Nope. Well, on the scalp sensor, that will be necessary to put more, but never any need to change when you're not, even if you had to swap ears, with the ear sensors, you don't have to put more paste on. If you put them in the same places that they were previously, yeah, but no, you don't have to. The scalp sensor, always when you move it, there will never be enough paste in it after you've taken it from one spot on their head to the other. You'll always have to have as much protruding outside of the cup sensor as there is inside of the little cup sensor. Okay. All right, so now okay, so here's how we find the spot on the sides of the head. It's just when their head is level, it's just from the apex, the upper cartilage of the ear up here. It's just 4 fingers above that spot. And it does not matter. We have a 120 subject study that found that if somebody had little tiny fingers or very big, thick fingers, the results are the same. You can be off by an inch, up, down, left, or right with no discernible differences. That the EEG, when it comes through all the materials in our head, it's not like a laser beam. It's more like a light bulb. It blurs about the size of a tangerine. But so 4 fingers above the top of the ear is how you find the spot. And then similarly, before, you'll want to avoid the air. See how we have a nice, generous dollop of paste. Just 1 second. Ramona, can you come at 2 today or after? Perfect. We'll see you then. Bye. Sorry about that. So yeah, nice, generous dollop of paste. You have 4 fingers above, just making sure that we're not scrubbing the spot and then putting paste on the sensor later. So just like in the picture here, like before, now we found the spot 4 fingers above. This is the left ear, 4 fingers above the top of the left ear. This picture is anatomically correct. We get the alcohol soap paper towel ready, and then I'm holding the sensor with my index finger and using my left thumb and left middle finger to part the hair. And I see a nice clear spot on the scalp. If there's hair that you're just kind of moving around, you're not likely to find it. You're not likely to get a good enough connection if the sensor is going to go on hair. But when you parted it and you see a nice clear spot on the scalp, you just rub that till it turns nice and pink, rubbing hard enough where their head's moving a little bit without losing the part. I just let the tissue rest on the top of their head for a second. And I stick that gob of paste right on the scalp that turned a little bit pink before it turns unpink. And let me ask, then after we've done that, is there anyone here who is having any trouble here getting your top 2 lights to flash yellow or flash green? Wow, I am impressed. Okay, and now if in your group you have somebody else who also needs practice placing sensors. I did not hear that anyone had any trouble getting the lights to flash yellow or flash green. But if there's someone else who needs practice placing sensors, let's go ahead and swap people now. And this next sensor placement I'm going to teach you all is actually the most challenging one to get adequate connections on. So I'm just popping ahead. Ordinarily, we would just hit the start protocol button after we got our top 2 lights to flash yellow or flash green. And in this case, when we don't have any sensors in the A2 or R2 holes, we don't care about the bottom 2 lights. They could even flash green when nothing's plugged into them, and that is never an issue. We're only concerned with the top 2 lights when we're using 3 sensors. All right. So this most challenging protocol, I'm just tricking the machine to bring that up right now, is this. Okay, so here the trick question is, look what sensor is going on the right earlobe. There is no sensor on the right earlobe in this picture. Here we have 2 scalp sensors. So we have the green sensor is still in the A1 hole where it was, and it's 4 fingers above the top of that ear. But now in your brain paint kit, we're going to need to get an additional blue scalp sensor, because right now in your R1 hole of your flat gray cable, we have an ear sensor. So we have to unplug that blue ear sensor from your R1 hole. If it's in a wire wrap, just let it dangle in the air. And then you're going to go to your brain paint kit and you're going to find your blue scalp sensor. And if you have not practiced placing sensors yet, let's make sure you're swapping people who are, so someone else is going to get this kind of hands-on experience, because it's through some muscle memory of just doing this once or twice with me live like this is what causes us to kind of start to develop the feeling for how hard you have to scrub and how hard you have to press the sensors on and things like that. There's nuances to it that you can't get from just watching somebody else do this. So let's definitely, if you have somebody else who needs to learn how to practice placing sensors, let's definitely swap now, because this is the most challenging connection. Because if, like, for example, if one of the top two lights were not flashing yellow or flashing green, it wouldn't, like the A1 wasn't flashing. It doesn't mean that it's that particular sensor. It's always some combination of the A1 and the R1 sensors. And so here we have two scalp sensors that are required to have really good connections before our lights can flash yellow or flash green. And so this makes it the most challenging placement of all to get our lights to flash. Oh, and actually when the sensor's on the right side of the scalp, then it's 4 fingers above the top of the right ear as well. So whenever they're on the sides of the head, it's always 4 fingers above the top of that ear. I did not cover that.
So for the blue one, do I, it's a clip on the ear. Do I need to switch it out to the other blue?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, the other, because the other blue, and well, there you have 2 ear clips and then 1 blue scalp sensor. So to be specific for everybody else, I know what you meant, just for everybody else, it's a blue scalp sensor where there's no clip thing on it. There's no magnet stuck to it. So yes, you need to swap out the current blue ear sensor that's in your R1 hole with your blue scalp sensor that's in your brain paint kit. It's often in a little baggie if you're just opening it up. Very good. Now with this particular placement, after we placed these 2 scalp sensors 4 fingers above each of the tops of each ear, often there's 1/3 tip that I haven't given you yet because it hasn't been necessary. But usually with a group this large, there'll be someone who did everything according, like pretty close to the textbook like I was describing. But your top 2 lights may not be flashing yellow or flashing green. I'm going to give you the 3rd secret. I'll just recap them quickly. Number 1 is always using paper towels, never to be confused with any other materials in the universe, and alcohol. Number 2, being mindful when we scrub the spot on the scalp that we're not losing the spot that we scrubbed. Is the 2nd most common issue. And then I'm going to give you the 3rd secret. If ever you didn't get the lights to flash yellow or flash green after placing sensors, I'll give you the 3rd tip here in a second after we confirm if there's anyone who could not get your lights to, the top 2 lights to flash yellow or flash green. Get to the 3rd secret of getting good connections every time. That'll save you a lot of time and effort. This next secret I'm going to give you will prevent you from taking the sensors off and re-scrubbing the ears and the scalp over and over and over again. All right, Dr. Mary, what are your top 2 lights doing now?
They're flashing, but they're flashing red.
Oh, flashing red. Okay. All right, so that would not be flashing yellow or flashing green. So here's the big secret, Dr. Mary. Tear off only a thumbnail-sized piece of tissue, 2 thumbnail-sized pieces of tissue from your paper towel, no larger than your thumbnails. 2 of them, and just okay. And once we have those, and now, Mary, just I'm going to have you press them down firmly, 1 on each side of the scalp sensors. Press them down firmly. I would actually use my thumbs, yeah, with opposing pressure like that. on both sides, press them down firmly, and then both at the same time. That's good. Yeah, press them down nice and firmly like that with your thumbs, and then let them go. Leave that little thumbnail-sized piece of tissue on there. And now let's just watch your top two lights, and this probably corrected the problem without your pulling all the sensors off over and over again. Now are your top two lights flashing yellow or flashing green?
I still look red.
Okay, it's good that you're waiting it takes about 20 seconds for the lights to catch up with the movement that we've made. So now what are your top two lights doing now, Mary?
Still red.
Okay. And we're also
A1 just went to green.
okay, yeah, no, but the R1 is flashing red. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, it's still flashing.
Okay,
red.
so let's just confirm that we did, in fact, that with the blue scalp sensor that is now on your person's right side of their head, just follow that wire down and make sure that we have the blue scalp sensor in the R1 hole. I have a feeling like we might not have plugged that scalp sensor into our flat gray cable. We probably still have the blue ear clip in our R1 hole. Is that correct?
No, it's switched out.
Okay, it is the blue scalp sensor is in our R1 in the R1 hole of the flat gray cable. We're 100% on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we have the green scalp sensor is in the A1 hole. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the sensor that's in the G hole, is it white or is it black?
It's white.
Okay, no worries. And that is going to your person's left ear, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And did we thoroughly scrub his left ear before? Well, we had already scrubbed both earlobes from this prior sensor placement. We do have paste in the white ear sensor. We put more paste in that one. Is that correct?
I did. Let me see.
Okay, very good. And your equipment is new also, Dr. Mary, is that correct? You just got it?
I did, but the black box looks like it's quite old.
Well, no, what I'm saying is for you,
Maybe.
because the equipment may have been used prior to your getting it. That's not what I was referring to by new. It's you just got it prior, like within the last week or two prior to the training, correct? Okay, very good, very good. Yeah. Yeah, because we test everything before. I just wanted to make sure you weren't someone who had just gotten your equipment out of a closet for the last month or something like that or two. So that's all good. Here's another tip. When you gently tug on your sensors, Mary, do they feel taut or does it feel a little spongy, like it's more on hair? On the scalp sensors, when you just gently kind of tug on the sensors, does it feel spongy or does it feel like it's taut, like it's clearly stuck to the scalp and not on the hair? You know how if the sensor was on more hair than scalp, how it'd feel a little spongy when you pull on it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, it feels pretty good. It feels really tight.
So it feels nice and taut when you tug on it. It's not like spongy like it's on hair. Okay. One more tip we can do is do this, Mary. Hold one finger on, let's take the left scalp sensor first. Hold one finger down on the back of the paper towel. We still left the paper towels on the scalp. So put your finger on the back of that paper towel. Hold that down nice and firmly. And then with another finger, just kind of gently rotate, just a little slight angle. Rotate that green scalp sensor back and forth a little bit, just the tiniest little angle, kind of like maybe like in my little video picture, just like maybe that much. While you're holding one of it down nice and firmly, just rotate it back and forth a bit. What that can do is that can sometimes work some of the paste into the into the pores of the skin. And then once you've done that, go ahead and do it on the other side of your person's head, on the right side of the head. Hold your finger down nice and firmly over the back of the blue scalp sensor, and then just gently kind of rotate it back and forth a little bit while you have downward pressure with your index finger, when you're just rotating it a little bit left and right, and then let both of those go. And then let's watch your top two lights again, and confirm that whether they're flashing yellow or flashing green now.
They're both flashing red.
Okay, now they're both flashing red. Okay, let's confirm this. Try firmly plugging that gray cable into your amplifier. I'm wondering if it might have gotten jostled or something like that. Go ahead and see if it suddenly like clicks in when you push it in.
No.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so we currently do not have an adequate connection. And
So if I hold it, it is turning yellow.
but is when you unplugged it and plugged it back in, and it
No, I just put pressure on it. As I told you earlier, it's really loose. The cord, it's not a firm connection.
Interesting.
Yeah, so if I
Let's
let
just,
go of it, it turns red again. But if I hold it,
you know
it's
what? Have you had this equipment in a laptop bag by chance?
Say that again.
Have you had the laptop in the brainwave amplifier in a laptop bag prior to the training?
No, I took it right out of the box.
Okay, interesting. Because what it's sounding like, I'll bet if you unplug that gray cable from your brainwave amplifier, I'm curious if, and you look into the little round ends of the pin, I'm wondering if you have a bent pin in there, that one of your pins had gotten bent. That's the way it's sounding right now, because they'll always be a little bit loose, but one,
Yep, there's a bent pin.
yeah. So one of your pins must have gotten bent as we were, practicing and things like that. And that would be, so first, for everybody else, is a very rare issue. One would be if we put them in a laptop bag and we're transporting the equipment around. If you left the amplifier, in which Mary did not do, but if you left the gray cable into the amplifier as you're transporting it, then the cables would bend a lot easier, like this. So for Mary's purposes, Mary, can you do this? Can you put in with the address that we just shipped your equipment to, Mary, is that the same address that we could send you a replacement cable? Ordinarily, the cables are consumable, meaning that if they break, we don't replace them on us. But given that yours just happened to break like during our training process, we want to fix that for you, or and give you a new one. But I would also be like, one thing we would not want to do, if you're plugging your cable and you don't want to put it in and then twist it until it goes in, that would bend the wires as well. I doubt we did that, but just to be 100% certain. But Mary, is your shipping address that we could send you a replacement cable the same as where we sent your laptop and amplifier and everything to? Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Very good, very good. I am going to right now ask our shipping and receiving person, Elise, to send you a replacement cable. I'm doing this right now because she's going to be leaving soon. And Okay, you got that in the hopper. Sorry about that, Mary. That's only happened once before.
I'm glad you figured out what it was.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Once we've eliminated, all the other variables, that was pretty much all it could be. Okay. So for the sake of our training, what I'm going to do next is this next placement I'm going to show you. We will not be hooking our person up to, but I'll show you what it'll look like when you see these nonlinear protocols. The scalp sensors will be in the same place, but they will be in some different holes in our flat gray cable. But like I said, I'll just show you what this would look like. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Hold on here. All right. Okay, so we'll see this sometimes. And this is when we are using all 5 sensors on somebody's head, this is when we would need to, the only time we would need to be concerned with the bottom 2 lights and the top 2 lights, because we would have sensors in our A1, R1, G, of course, and the A2 and the R2 holes. And only after they've all been placed on somebody's head, then we would need to confirm that all 4 lights were flashing yellow or flashing green. And here it's also telling us an important thing, that here we have 2 ear sensors on the same ear. This is, we're going to require all 5 sensors, which we always send out with your brain paint kits. And here, if somebody has little tiny earlobes, or if ever you have any clients with big gauges or earrings that would be difficult for them to take out, we can always thoroughly scrub the upper cartilage of their ears up here, and it'll make no difference whatsoever. And we can have like 1 sensor up here, maybe 1 on the earlobe, like that. But we would, because we have to make sure that these, like it says here in red, that the metal ends of those sensors would not touch. And then we just follow these sensors where they go in our flat gray cable. So they're on the same spots of our head, the same green sensor we currently have our person hooked up to, and our same blue, but here we have this sensor on the right side of their scalp is going where we follow the wire up and to the left, and that would be in our A2 hole. And then the third ear sensor is on the right ear, and that's going, in our R2 hole, just like that. All right, so that would be our nonlinear protocol. That's that protocol for your person who has some psychotic features and whatnot, who likely has a severe bipolar disorder, that they will end up doing this particular setup. And others who have bipolar disorders or multiple chemical sensitivities, when they qualify for that item being checked. All right, so let's go ahead and clean our person up and let them go. If they're not part of the training, that is. And how we do this is we want to ensure that we're the ones taking the sensors off of their earlobes. Usually clients in their first session will go to take them off, say, oh, let me get those so that they don't break the sensors. And also, sometimes I would also wipe their earlobes off myself. With little kids, if they take them off, they'll get the paste on their fingers and they'll wipe it on your furniture, their clothes, and things like that. So always initiate taking them off, saying, oh, these sensors are very sensitive. Another thing, too, is when we clean them, we'll also want to use paper towels and alcohol, but be mindful when you're cleaning the sensors. That's where there's the largest potential for abuse, is from cleaning them. You want to make sure that you're not bending any metals when you're cleaning them. We can clean them just as well without kind of being rough with them. And but because if you're bending any metals as you're cleaning them, just like any metal you bend back and forth, eventually it will break. That was something somebody pointed out to me in my first job, that I was going through lots of sensors. They said, let me watch you clean them. And then they identified what I was doing, and I never did it again. My sensors ever since have lasted me many, many years. And never soak them in water. Water has a way of getting into things and corroding the sensors. Same with the gray cable. Now keep that thing away from all water, alcohol could wipe off any paste that happened to get on the gray cable, because alcohol will evaporate really quickly. Whether it's 70%, 90%, none of that really matters. Alcohol, that is. Also, some people will use a little Q-tip, again, being mindful that they're not bending the metals to get the paste out of the little cups, or they'll also use like a little toothpick to poke out a little piece of it that might be in that little hole with the cup style sensors. But yeah, just being mindful of when you're cleaning them is what makes the sensors last many, many years, or every month you'd be replacing your sensors if you're not being mindful about when you're cleaning them is the most common issue with that. And then, okay. All right, then we'll send your person on their way. And what I'm going to do for the last 20 minutes of our training today is cover an overview of how would we conduct an alpha theta session in the 2 ways that those will come up, with those who had that about panic item endorsed with the distraction exercise, and then 4th session and beyond, and then also how to conduct the eyes open protocols. So what do we tell a client to do in the 2 types of training that we will conduct. Let everyone finish kind of getting our person ready here. Okay. So to conduct these 2 types of sessions, first I'll demonstrate the eyes open only protocol, because I have that one up on the screen right now. Here's just everything we would need to do. Once we get our correct lights to flash yellow or flash green, we then hit our start protocol button here, which I will do. My computer does not have an amplifier plugged in, so it will make an error and say, hey, do you want to run a demonstration session, which I'm going to say yes to. But it's also going to tell us it's not real feedback when that's happening. So do you want to run a demo session? Yes, here. And while it's going through all these screens and things like that, it takes between 1 and 3 minutes. Don't get scared if it takes 3 minutes sometimes or 1 minute sometimes. Next week, we'll get into handling Windows updates when they're happening in the background. Some things can take longer. Different protocols can also take different amounts of time and things like that. Different is not bad. When it comes to hooking somebody up, interfacing someone with the computer, there are a lot more variables that you would otherwise find yourself encountering with just pure software alone. Okay, so once the feedback sounds are happening and our fractals are moving and this what is and what isn't graph is moving, with the eyes open training, the instruction to the client is that you can look at anything you like in order for this to work for you. You can look at anything you like, but when you notice there's any blue in this what is and what isn't graph, we'd like you to click the right mouse button, not the trackpad on the computer. That would be confusing for a lot of people, but the right mouse button. And then what will happen a lot of times is they'll be clicking, they'll saying, hey, when it was blue, I'm clicking and nothing's happening. It's like, oh, that's the left button. Here's put their finger over on the right button. When you click the right button, and that will make the blue go away. There's some blue. I clicked it and the blue went away. The object during every protocol besides alpha theta is to prevent that graph from turning all blue for as long as they can. Down here, it keeps track of the number of seconds that it's been since that graph is turned all blue. Currently, it's been 66 and counting. When I see any blue, I click the right mouse button. So clients will often go, oh, I'm supposed to wait till it turns all blue. No, no. When there's any blue in the what is and what isn't graph, we want you to click the right mouse button. Then they'll go, oh, did you say blue in the fractals? No. When there's any blue in this what is and what isn't graph. Okay. That, you'll get how little your clients with more with extreme anxiety, even though they have cognitive deficits, people with moderate to severe anxiety hear very little of what we're actually saying. And you're going to get an understanding of that when it comes to clicking this, this task. When there's any blue in that graph, clicking the right mouse button to prevent it from turning all blue. Every 2 minutes during the eyes open training, it will give these little pauses like this, where it'll give us a 20-second break. This is necessary in this type of learning, that we have these refractory periods, they're called. It helps our brain learn things more effectively in this type of learning when we have these little breaks. So every 20 seconds during the eyes open training, it'll give us these breaks. And it will also give us relative information from the last 2 minutes compared to the previous 2 minutes. I'm going to simulate some more muscle tension here. And watch the current hold number here. It's all 130 seconds. I'm going to let the graph turn all blue for a second or two, and then this number will reset back to 0 once it's there. When it turns all blue for about a second and a half, this current hold number will reset back to 0. But it keeps track of the longest hold up here, the longest number of seconds that it's been since the graph has turned all blue. And so people will often go, well, what should my longest hold score be? And that's different from everyone. We don't see that correlating with progress or the lack thereof. Also, clients will say, show me my brainwave changes that are related to my diagnosable conditions. That would be illegal unless you were a licensed neurologist and we were working with a seizure disorder and you saw seizure spikes leaving their EEG. It's illegal to infer to clients that any changes in their EEG could be related to a diagnosable condition, because there are no published studies that have found EEG correlating with any pathology that could be used to predict pathology or problems that anyone might have. There are none except for seizures. And so there aren't signal changes that will correlate with progress or the lack thereof. And if we were to infer that, that would be illegal. So we tell clients that, and the OCD clients will ask 2 or 3 times about that, and then they will typically let that go. But yeah, we can't infer that any brainwave changes are related to pathology, because the Food and Drug Administration has not found any evidence of that yet. So now I had simulated some more movement and muscle tension from the last 2 minutes compared to the previous 2 minutes. And then it will show some relative information. Does this mean it's not working? No. How do we know it's working? We know it's working when someone is being still enough where these brain waves are staying below the tops of these green letters. They're getting everything necessary if that's happening. Nothing more, nothing less. And to the best of their ability, when they see some blue in this graph, they click the right mouse button. That's all that's necessary to replicate our results. If it's little kids who are maybe 5 years old or under, they may not have the capacity to click the right mouse button, and they do not need to in those cases. I would just put the mouse aside where they can't mess with it. And when somebody can't click the right mouse button, or somebody has a stroke and they can't move either limb or something like that as well, not a problem if they can't click the right mouse button. They don't need to if they can't, but there'll be lots of people who will be, I won't, anyone with an intentional problem, being confronted with the reality that they're inattentive and they're not aware of how often their brain's going offline and that graph's turning all blue and they can't notice it. That's scary to some individuals. They go, oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to click that right mouse button. That's stupid. It's like, well, we can. I'll bet we've probably done some more challenging things than that, clicking the button when there's a color on a screen. That's all we need to do with this process. So if they can, I never let anybody not do it. But a lot of people will not want to do it, but I enroll them in doing it. So this is the process. If we can do it, we have to click that right mouse button. This is how it works. And I don't negotiate things like that with people either. But that is it for the eyes open training. Some other numbers on the screen I'll describe, but again, it's not going to make it work any better. You're not going to get better at it and get better results by knowing any of this stuff. But current hold, we covered it. Currently, how many seconds has it been since that graph's turned all blue? Resets back to 0 when this graph does turn all blue. FPS just means frames per second. It's a throughput. It's just how fast is the computer working. God forbid should there ever be a problem with the hardware of the computer and this number were to slow below 12 and stay below 12, the machine would signal home and say, Bill, this person's machine needs some help. And we would log into it remotely and go, oh, somebody install all kinds of software in it that we'll need to uninstall or something like that could have occurred. Thank God that's never actually happened yet. People just use the BrainPaint machines just for running BrainPaint sessions, and that is it. And so we have very few issues like that ever happening, or none actually. So that's frames per second. It's just how fast is the computer working. The computer monitors that if there was an issue. And PPS and score, those are both related. This just means points per second. It's the last second compared to the previous second. With all these things we were covering earlier in the day about I'm going to pause this so I can exit here. When we were talking earlier in the day about these rewards and inhibits, there's desirable and undesirable brainwaves that are making the sounds and making these fractals move around on the screen. When the last second compared to the previous second, more things moved in the direction we're encouraging it, this number would be more positive. If it moved in the opposite direction, it would be more negative. And the object, there isn't an object of it. I'll tell you this, if you're doing sessions with the same person in the mornings that you did then in the evening right before they went to bed, their scores will always be significantly less in the mornings because we have our EEG is completely different when we first wake up in the morning until when we're going to bed at night. Our EEGs, our slower brainwaves are 2 to 3 times larger. Never a problem. The sounds will be completely different from morning as they are at night. Never a problem. And the scores will be very different. When our brainwaves are very large, there's a lot more room for them to change, which would make these scores larger in the evening sessions than they were in the morning, which is one of many reasons why the EEG, it's a beautiful tool to train the brain to work better, but a useless tool to look to see how much it's improved. MRIs and fMRIs are perfect tools, the best tools in my opinion, to identify what's actually happening with brain function and also to reflect evidence of effects from neurofeedback as well. But the EEG itself, it's a beautiful tool to train the brain to work better, a useless tool to look to see how it's improving. The fractals are a really cool and important part of the feedback with BrainPaint. What we know about the fractals are they're coming from the shapes of the brain waves that we're working with. When we were talking about this beta and this SMR rhythm, these what we call reward brain waves, usually when we're measuring them, we're looking at how fast they are and how big they are. And those are two variables that quantify some information about them, but there's a lot more information in waves, in the shapes of the waves, than there is in how big and fast they are. And so the fractals are a beautiful tool that we're able to use to convey information about the shapes of all the brainwaves that we're working with. And as we've been talking about since we started today, how our brain develops new abilities it's just through information. So the more information we can give our brain about something related to functionality, the better it can improve. Like one example of that, intuitively, you could imagine that if you had a hill with nothing you could run into, you could learn how to snowboard with your eye, blindfolded. You could learn it. It would definitely take you longer without a lot of that information. That type of learning we know information is necessary, real-time information. So during our feedback with brain paint, we're conveying information about the shapes. We change the shapes of these fractals based on shapes of the various brain waves that we're working with, cause the fractals to morph and change. And every single shape, color, texture, spin, brightness, size, contracting, expanding, all of those are related to various aspects of the shapes of the brain waves changing. And so we can't logically look to it and go, aha, there's more yellow in it. It means this or it means that. We don't know that yet. It's possible that artificial intelligence will probably start making more sense of those kinds of signals. But to date, no one has solved what's called the three-body problem yet. If you're curious and you want a really deep dive on what's happening with feedback in complex adaptive systems, shoot me an email, bill@brainpaint.com. I could turn you on to some YouTube learning channels that can illuminate that. But again, it's not necessary that one would understand that in order for it to work better, or you're not going to get better results with it. It's just understanding how basically everything in the universe works is in a complex system. And so the fractals are just conveying that information. If ever you have any concerns about a signal that you're looking at, you're wondering, is this normal? Is this not normal? There's this little button here. It says send a picture of EEG to brain paint. We click that, got that one, want to send one more? I'll just say no. Are your top two lights flashing yellow or flashing green? Very good question. Usually if there was some weird looking signal, it's because a sensor came off. Somebody scratched a sensor after you put it on. It got loose. You just press it down, leaving a little thumbnail sized piece of tissue on the back, and that would take care of it. So here you'd say yes or no to that, and then it will open up this white email thing and send a picture to me. You would also need to follow up with an email, bill@brainpaint.com. Say, Bill, I snapped a picture. What was that? And I can tell you exactly what that was, just like that. A couple seconds, my phone will ding with a text message and we'll see what that was. So that's all of the numbers. There's some other information here. If you, the only thing you can volitionally control is clenching your jaws or not, or muscle tension. Here it would say if there's a slight increase in muscle tension from the last 5 seconds compared to the previous 5 seconds, it would say increasing tension or decreasing tension. Or increasing presence if somebody's looking around and moving and things like that. I would say decreasing presence or increasing presence when they stop that. Those are just 5-second trends that it's looking at. But ultimately, I cannot emphasize it anymore, that as long as somebody is being still enough where their brain waves are staying below the tops of these green letters for the eyes open training, they're getting everything necessary for that. Now, there's the picture of our brain waves we were just describing. They just got texted to me. So if you follow up with an email, it takes like 30 seconds for me just to click on a little link that it sent, and then I'll see the picture that it sent of what the EEG is and say, oh, everything's fine, or oh, it looks like you have the laptop on somebody's lap. We can't do it that way, or what have you. We'll be able to tell precisely what that is. All right, alpha theta sessions, and then we will conclude. Looks like we're going to go over by about 5 minutes today. So I clicked on our alpha theta protocol, and here it's describing this distraction exercise we were talking about. I'm going to show you what that will look like when we get to the actual feedback. Want me to guide you through this methodology? Always read these messages or you'll be really lost. Okay, so I'll say yes. So we said, thank you, machine. Reduce the minutes to 7 and we'll conduct the distraction exercise for us. I'll show you what that is. It's going through its own setup process. I'm not clicking all these things or doing all this stuff right now, just FYI. We'll run a demo session. So what this thing is doing is it's if people with significant obsessionality or agitation or panic, if they're sitting still and they're not engaged in hearing someone in reality and responding to someone in reality, their brain has this tendency to drift into these sort of dissociative states where all their anxiety and flashbacks and things like that would come up. But if to get them to do this with their eyes closed, we do this call and response thing with them that automatically comes up for people who appear to need it. And it's describing it, it says sit back at a 45-degree angle. It says, hey, read this to your client. It says sit back at about a 45-degree angle. I'm going to start by saying your toes. And after I mention each body part, I'd like you just to think to yourself, my toes, but out loud, tell me, okay. And then I'll say the arches of your feet. And after you thought arches of my feet, just say okay out loud. We have to emphasize they're saying okay. Most people, when they say, yeah, I'm ready to start, it says press yes when the client's ready to start. Ready to start? They say yes. And you say, close your eyes and tell me okay when you thought about your toes. They'll close their eyes and they won't say anything. I'll say, yeah. And then say okay when you just thought about your toes. Okay. And then you'd say your arches. And they'll often just sit there as well. And you'd say, okay. And after you thought about your arches again, tell me okay. Okay. And then I'll say, okay. And then you just do that. This will take about 5 minutes, it described, where it'll just be going through each thing like this. It really doesn't matter what. If you're dealing with somebody with an eating disorder and you don't want them focused on their body or whatever, you could be just looking around your room and saying the seashell, the serving tray, the green plant, the Marion mug. It doesn't matter what it is. As long as they're thinking about what you said and responding to you, it's going to prevent them for just 5 of this 7-minute protocol from drifting into these otherwise really negative states. It's just ensuring that they have this neutral first experience and that they're in and out really quickly before they can work themselves up into a panic-stricken state like they do everywhere else they go. And then when you get to the end of it, it just says, now for the last minute or two, just let your mind daydream, go into anything that it happens to. There isn't anything you can do with the sounds or know about the technique that's going to make it work better. This is the same type of learning like learning how to ride a bike, where we get information and our brain can, across sessions, learn how to balance more in states where we're feeling better more often. I'm just paraphrasing what it says here, but we read that to the client, and then what's happened is that call and response thing and the sounds have all become part of a conditioned stimulus that quickly. And so there'll be about a minute left of their just kind of sitting there with their mind daydreaming. And then we exit it and they're done. Again, they all do like really well, quite to people's surprise with this process. Just don't give them any more training because they did well or you think they could handle more or what have you. That's usually a mistake. Never a deal breaker. Could just add an additional 7 sessions to their process if we didn't follow this. Okay, so that is the alpha theta sessions with the distraction exercise. If that about panic item was not checked, we would not see that in their first session. And I'll show you what we would see. And that will conclude with this. This part is really easy. So these clients with panic, that distraction exercise will come up in the first 3 sessions. And the 4th, we'll see this regular guided visualization. Otherwise, we'll see this in the first session when the about panic item, the initial evaluation was not checked, or some say no to this is what it'll look like. Or if it's their 4th session beyond, you'll see this other guided visualization coming up where the machine will verbally talk to the clients, telling them what to do at every point in their whole alpha theta session. The alpha theta sessions are the easiest to conduct. That the instructions are the machine tells them what to do at every point. One other thing with brain pain, there's never anything that you'll be presented on the screen that is not important. Like every little message, we mentioned messages that come up, but there'll never be any needless thing. Like I'll show you when we see these guided visualizations, this little thing that pops up over the fractals, nothing like that would ever be a mistake. Or needless information. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. So now this guided visualization thing has come up here. If you're not running a session on yourself, by default, it says, are you running a session on yourself? By default, it's no. So I'm just going to click this here. And what this is going to do is, I believe it was Mary's client. No, who is it who had, it wasn't Mary, but your client with the insecurities, chances are it's, what's detracting most from the quality of life would be that trauma and drama related thing. Those insecurities that she's dealing with, her low self-esteem, came from, her upbringing and things out here in the external world versus, a whack on the head or something. So the guided visualization will be tailored for their specific issue. So an example of that would be, I'm going to click the play now. Actually, I'm just going to give you an overview of what it's going to do. You can do this on your own at some point as well, where you conduct an alpha theta session on yourself, you do your assessment. Most of you, it'll come up with alpha theta protocols, but there's like 5 segments of these guided visualizations. The first is think of some qualities. Give me a list of qualities. Go through them. Think of them in your mind that you'd like to further enhance. It'll give you some examples like feeling more calm, having more inner peace, being more in touch with your intuition, etc. Just a list of some things you'd like more. Then it says, tell me okay after you've done that. And then the machine says, click okay when your client says okay. Then they say, okay, I want to be more calm. They think that. Okay, then it says, now bring to mind some future event where there's a scene you would like to feel more calm in. And so for our pretend client with the low self-esteem, it would be they get emotionally distressed about something, and then they later try to rationalize and explain it away to other people. It could be, where's it likely to happen? Oh, at dinner time tonight is where that's likely to happen. And so they'd say, okay, after they just thought through that in their mind. Then the machine says, now imagine yourself leaving this event, having the thought occur to you that it went easy. They could just simply think, oh, bedtime eventually rolled around and I expressed my emotions and I was okay with it. And that would be it. And then it would say, now instruct your internal self to internalize that scene, or your subconscious mind to internalize that scene. It's just be like, subconscious do it. And then it tells them, now just let your mind daydream for the remaining minutes of this session. And that's where they just let their mind daydream. And it describes, just like I said earlier, about the sounds, that don't try to focus on or control the sounds with your mind. They are related to you're feeling the slightest bit more calm or more anxious. And by hearing the sounds, your brain across sessions, outside of sessions, and for the rest of your life can learn how to control the underlying states that make the sounds. And so the guided visualizations here, I'll just give you a brief demo. I'll just click this play now. When we see it, this is what you'd want to do with a client.
Go ahead now and sit back at about a 45-degree angle and close your eyes. Bring to mind an idea of you in more of your ideal world. Think of a list of qualities you would like to further enhance. Some examples could be feeling calmer, having more inner peace, improved access to intuition, increased freedom with self-expression, etc. Just tell me okay out loud after you've gone through some of these here in your mind.
So usually you'd have to remind clients to tell me okay after you thought of a list of some qualities you'd like to have more of. Say okay. And so I also did something here too where I'm showing you only use this.
Now bring to mind here a specific future event that could
one click turns those on, another click could turn those off. Only use this volumes button here. I'm just going to illuminate that. Do not try to use the Windows volumes. If you use these volumes, you just set them once per client and you never have to adjust them again. If you try to use the Windows volumes, we won't even let you move the mouse down to the bottom of the screen. And you'd have to, for every protocol, for every client, for every session, you'd be adjusting those sounds. But here you adjust them once with this volumes and it will remember it per client. Yeah, the feedback sounds here. It's all the musical notes. Also, if this was turned all the way down, just like in all volume settings and all computers and devices, you wouldn't be able to make anything get louder than that. So I usually turn this all the way to the right, and then I can adjust these to whatever I would like. But those are the volume settings. Right there's that button. All right, so that is everything I wanted to cover with you all today. We covered how do we explain this to clients, kind of what it is, a little on how it works. We covered our assessment tool and all the essentials in that, where the evaluation essentials button is on that to remind us how to conduct those. We then got into placing sensors. We practiced how to get our top two lights to flash yellow or flash green, and various protocols, how to find the spot in the backs of our heads and on the sides of our heads. And then a simple language to explain the two types of training, alpha theta sessions and everything else, all the eyes open training. Any questions for anyone? Oh, hi, Rihanna. This is Rihanna, by the way, who I had mentioned and put in the chat feature a link to her schedule as well, who helps us with clinical support questions and getting new technicians up and running if they come in halfway through our training cycles, which are always on the first Friday of every month. But any questions for everybody? Welcome, Rihanna. Glad you could make it.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, I was cleaning up the sensors, and I was able to get like the gel or the paste out of the sensor, except right where that little hole's at. What's the trick to clean that part up?
Yeah, some people will use little toothpicks to poke in there with some alcohol on them.
That's
They'll
okay
poke
to do.
that through.
Okay.
Yeah. Just I'd be mindful that we're not bending the metals as we're doing it is all. That's the one place when it comes to cleaning them where we want to be the most mindful about not bending things back and forth. Yep, that will do it.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, everyone. Well, I will let you all go. It's a pleasure spending the day with you. And we'll be back the same place, same link next Friday, 10 a.m. to cover how do we reevaluate? What should I do with every client we'll ever see? Hope you all have a good weekend. I'm planning on a good one myself. And we'll talk with you next time. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Those.
All right, see you, Bill.
All right, Rihanna, have a good one. Talk to you later.
You too.
All right, bye.